Good morning. If you're just joining us, we have opened the wait room and we'll begin as soon as I get the word that everybody has been admitted. Please bear with us for one moment. Good morning. If you're just joining us, we're admitting everyone from the wait room. We'll get started momentarily. All right, very well. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 4th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Here.
Commissioner Briggs.
Here.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Welcome to everyone joining us this morning. Before we begin our agenda, as always, a few reminders. All public comment will be heard on item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public are also reminded that there are many ways to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda. They include submitting written public comment in advance of any meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you have logged into this Zoom call today, you can raise your virtual hand, or if you have called into this Zoom meeting on the phone number listed on the agenda, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. Also, if you wish to just listen to the meeting, you can call into the phone numbers that are listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in and listening purposes only. With all of that said, the first item on our agenda is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the Commission, City Attorney, Inspector General. As I do each week, I'm going to present information on a COVID-19 update, the pandemic, its impact on department operations, particularly the health and welfare of our people. Then I'll go into significant events and instances, including an officer-involved shooting and an in-custody death. I'll go and talk briefly about the first 3 months on crime and impact of public, and its impact on public safety here as we, 4 months as we close out April and go into May, and then I'll close with our personnel strength. Regarding the COVID-19, I'm happy to report that we had no additional civilian personnel tested positive for COVID-19. We did have 2 additional sworn members, which leaves our total at 2,695. We had 1 additional employee return to duty from work, so that now has 2,659 who've sustained this pandemic, this virus, and now have been able to return to work. We still have 63 of our personnel that are at home recovering from this, and I'm happy to report that there's no one who is currently hospitalized from this virus. The vaccine effort has continued with 6 additional first dose vaccines that has slowed dramatically. We're now at 6,272 of our personnel who've received at least the first dose. And the second dose, we had an additional 118 additional personnel at 4,975. So today we have just over 50% of our workforce that has received a first dose. 40% are fully vaccinated, and we have 7,977 who've either had the first dose or or have antibodies from the pandemic. So that's 64% of our workforce. I want to thank the LA Department of Public Health, as well as LA Fire Department tomorrow and next Wednesday. We're going to have the ability to host a Johnson & Johnson vaccine session for our remaining members who are willing to take this vaccine or able to take this vaccine. And I'm hopeful that that will increase our numbers substantially. In an earlier survey, I would remind the commission, we found that of those that had a vaccine hesitancy, there was as many as 1,000 additional personnel that expressed an interest in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, in contrast to the other two that are currently being in the marketplace. Moving over and transitioning to significant events, I would like to thank all of Los Angeles for a very successful May Day celebration and demonstration. There was an excess of 7 organized marches and caravans, car caravans this past weekend on Saturday. All were conducted in a manner that I believe brought voice to all the participants and the importance of workers' rights and human rights across various locations here in LA. I'm also proud of the work of the men and women of LAPD, as well as LA Fire and Department of Transportation that facilitated these marches and demonstrations without any type of incident or turmoil. There was admittedly downtown traffic snares and some congestion relative to these demonstrations. However, I think, again, the power of our democracy is the ability of our people to, as a democracy, to express themselves, and that does at times involve inconvenience for others that are moving about the area. The other matter I want to bring attention to is this is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, the month of May. And I want to thank Public Works Commissioner Jessica Caloza, who's also joined by Ms. Capri Maddox, who's the General Manager of LA Civil and Human Rights and Equity Department, in an effort of city employees, city government, to have a day of service, a community day of service in the El Pueblo, Chinatown area. I, along with Assistant Chief Kamala, a number of other staff, command officers, and rank and file, joined with other Angelenos to spend the morning cleaning up Chinatown streets and sidewalks from various debris and trash that was in the area. It was also an opportunity for us to meet and greet those within the Asia Pacific American communities, to express our support for them and to stand united with them. This is part of a larger month of celebration of the Asia Pacific history, culture, and achievements. But we also want to recognize that that event at the El Pueblo was held just a short distance away from a tragic and historic massacre that occurred in 1871, where 17 young Chinese American men and boys were hung in a hate incident in a dark chapter of our history. Those instances involving hate and discrimination and prejudice against the Asia Pacific American community has continued over our history in various episodes. And while we have much to celebrate, we have much also to remember. And this month is about both that celebration as well as the remembrance and our commitment to see that we treat everyone within our community. The richness of this Los Angeles is its cosmopolitan makeup and nature, and yet we also recognize most recently with the increased rate of hate instances and hate crimes involving the AAPI community that more work needs to be done. Later today, I'll be attending a press conference with a number of our community advocates as we announce the development of resource guides for the various AAPI communities that will have information about what constitutes a hate crime, what constitutes an hate incident, instances that we believe are grossly underreported, and an area we need to definitely invest and improve on. I want to thank Commission President Decker for your work, along with former Commissioner Paula Madison, and working with the AAPI communities and development of these resource guides, as well as our outreach and engagement with the various Asian Pacific Islander media channels to inform and help bring forward a community that too oftentimes is, from a cultural standpoint, I'm told, is viewed as not wanting to be seen or being seen as a problem or a challenge. And what we want instead is we want all of our communities, particularly the elderly community, the AAPI communities, to understand that we need to hear their voice and we're here to protect them and ensure that their safety is respected. Next issue I want to talk about, as I do each week, is if there's been a categorical incident, and there were in 2 instances this past week. I earlier briefed the commission as to the Austin Ball shooting that occurred at the termination of a pursuit involving the individual's actions that we believe are responsible for 2 murders and a series of other shootings. What was missing from that report was his identity. And while it has been publicly announced earlier, I want to take a moment and just update the record that this individual we believe responsible for these vicious and unprovoked assaults and shootings is a Mr. Carlos Lopez, who is 49 years of age. That investigation has continued, and I have no further information to report on that incident. I do want to shift over to an officer-involved shooting that happened on the 28th of April at about 2:25 in the afternoon in the Van Nuys area. There in the 5200 block of Vesper Avenue, uniformed officers from Van Nuys responded to a radio call of shots being fired. There they found an off-duty officer from LAPD who had suffered gunshot wounds at the scene, as well as a male Hispanic who was later identified as Mr. Christopher Camina Quantilla. There, that individual was also found suffering from gunshot wounds. Now, a preliminary investigation to this point has revealed that our off-duty officer encountered the individual inside the officer's personal vehicle, which was inside an underground garage of the apartment complex where the officer lived. There, inside that garage, the officer found this individual allegedly sitting in the officer's private vehicle and wearing what appeared to be the officer's ballistic body attire. In addition, it appears that the individual armed himself with an officer's gun that was stored in that vehicle. The officer and suspect both exchanged gunfire, and the individual was later arrested at scene by other responding officers who found him in an adjacent breezeway next to the apartment building. The officer, also suffering gunshot wounds, collapsed at the scene, and LA Fire rescue ambulances responded, transported both individuals to local hospitals. Both are in stable condition and are expected to survive the injuries. This was an extremely violent event with multiple gunshot being fired by both individuals. There were 2 firearms, we believe, belonging to the off-duty officer that was recovered at the scene. And this investigation is being a shared responsibility with Robbery Homicide Division, which is conducting the criminal investigation, as well as Force Investigation, which will conduct the officer-involved shooting investigation. The Office of the California Attorney General was present at scene as they continue their work in developing the capacity to investigate officer-involved shootings in the coming months. The District Attorney's Office was also on scene for the officer-involved shooting rollout team, as well as crimes against police officers. And the Inspector General was also on, their office was also on scene, regarding their role in the oversight of this investigation. The second incident I want to talk about briefly was a very unique and difficult situation, in that it was a loss of the life of an individual that was involved in a pursuit of, he was driving a stolen vehicle. This occurred on May 1st at about 10:20 at night in the Hollywood area of Los Angeles. There, Hollywood uniform officers were in pursuit of a stolen vehicle, which was a black Audi SUV. And during the pursuit, the individual driving, later identified as a Mr. Nicholas Jones, 25 years of age, collided with 2 other vehicles, and that came to a stop at the Hobart Avenue north of Sunset Boulevard location. There, Mr. Jones fled on foot, and he fled northbound, jumping over a fence and running eastbound into the rear complex of an apartment complex at the 1500 block of Hobart. Additional officers responded to the backup request during the pursuit, and 4 officers went in for pursuit of Mr. Jones and pursued him to the rear of that apartment complex. There, as the individual jumped a fence, he appeared to have dropped a handgun, a blue steel semi-automatic handgun. Information we have is that the individual picked up the handgun and then stumbled to the ground. And as he stumbled to the ground, an officer deployed a taser on the individual. For unknown reasons, as the individual was on the ground, Mr. Jones, he fired 1 round from a handgun while facing away from the officers. Approximately 15 seconds later, Mr. Jones fired a 2nd round, sustaining a gunshot wound to his head. LA Fire Department personnel responded and determined that Mr. Jones was to be deceased, that he was deceased. There was no other officers that were injured in this incident. There was no officer involved shooting. There was no officers that that fired their weapons or used force beyond the description of the deployment of the taser. A 9mm polymer 80 quote unquote ghost gun was recovered at the scene. Force Investigation Division responded and will conduct the investigation into the circumstances of this event. Moving over to our crime statistics, there was an article today in the LA Times relative to an increase in gun violence, and I want to just use this moment to summarize that in the first 4 months of the department, of the city, we have seen an overall decrease, a continued decrease in Part 1 crimes that we believe factors involving the pandemic have influenced. That decrease is a 6.2% decrease year to date. We've seen decreases in burglaries, particularly residential burglaries, as well as thefts from vehicles and personal thefts, as well as sexual assaults and robberies. However, as I've reported over this last year, areas that we've seen increases have been homicides, shooting violence, and our aggravated assaults. And in the first 3 months of 2021, we saw increases from 1 month to the next over homicides from January, February, March, when we looked at the same period last year. In April, we did see a slowing of the rate of increase. In fact, April ended with fewer homicides than it did the prior year. And while that number is only 4 fewer homicides, I take some comfort in seeing the slowing of the pace of this increase in violent crime. However, there were 16 additional shooting victims in the month of April in comparison to the same period last year. So in summary, what we're saying is while the pace of the violence accelerated into the second half of 2021 with the onset and duration of the pandemic, the first 3 months, it continued. The last month to 6 weeks, we have seen some slowing effect. We've also, however, seen the pressure continues to be aggravated assaults, street violence involving gangs, as well as involving persons experiencing homelessness. We still remain with a 67% increase in shooting victims this year versus last. Now in April, the beginning of April, that number was an 85% increase. And in March 1st, that number stood at a 100% increase. So the rate of increase has slowed over the last 3 months. The challenges remain though in aggravated assaults, which are, as you know, can escalate, and in the presence of a handgun increases the likelihood that the level of seriousness of the injuries is going to be exponentially higher. When we look at our aggravated assaults for the year, they're a 12.4% increase. In April, the 1st of April, that number was 11.8. So the number of aggravated assaults has persisted. Shooting violence has decreased to a smaller degree. It's not become at the same or lesser levels than last year. So we are seeing some changing dynamics as we come out of the pandemic. The other dynamic that we're seeing is the number of stolen vehicles has slowed. Last year during the pandemic, for the first time in more than a decade, we saw double-digit increases in the rate of stolen vehicles. Today, we see the number of stolen vehicles has decreased to, we have a 19% increase over last year. That number was in the high 30s, mid to high 30s earlier this year. So that is also, I believe, we think an attribute of people returning to work, returning to the common areas, returning to dinners and other locations with the relaxing of the tiers as we see with the pandemic, as we hope to see ourselves exit from it. We are losing ground in the area of thefts. When it becomes thefts from vehicles, thefts from persons, thefts from retail establishments. The key in those two areas, so those are areas that many times can be prevented by preventive efforts of lock it, hide it, keep it within vehicles, people securing their vehicles, ensuring that valuables are out of sight, as well as when they go and venture into retail establishments or into markets or restaurants, that they secure their belongings and that they not leave phones or other things unattended that oftentimes become, if you will, loot for individuals to steal, and they become victimized. So I want to do a brief discussion on crime. We continue to stay focused on violent crime. We continue to ensure our resources are properly investigating and the resources are focused in that area, identifying those responsible and bringing them before the criminal justice system. Lastly, in regards to our officer-involved shootings, year to date, we now have 16 officer-involved shootings. That number was 9 last year at this time. Our 4-year average is just over 10. Our fatal officer-involved shootings stand at 6 this year. That number was 3 last year at the same time. And that 4-year average is just over 4. Regarding our personnel statistics, we remain at 9,519 sworn personnel. That's 236 fewer below our authorized strength. And our civilian numbers at 2,749. That's 102 below our authorized strength. I did appear at Budget and Finance on Thursday and presented the mayor's budget and our support of the mayor's budget, as well not just for the department and its staffing, as well as resources needed for the safety of our community, but also for the expansion of GRID and other prevention and intervention programs, as well as additional services being provided for persons experiencing homelessness, whether that's supportive services, additional sanitation, the ability to maintain the health and welfare of those that find themselves in outdoor encampments, as well as procurement, faster procurement of housing and housing resources. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Chief. I will first begin, commissioners, just to let you know, in honor of Asian Pacific Heritage Month, we will be having a presentation in the upcoming weeks so that the commission can also honor all the great contributions of the AAPI community to Los Angeles. I will say, Chief, yesterday I was on a call with a number of commissioners from other departments who spoke about the day of service and had great compliments for you, Chief Gramala, Commander Flores, and other members of the command staff who were out on this day of service doing cleanup around the city, particularly at El Pueblo, and the reaction of business owners and how grateful they were that the community was coming out to assist them in reopening and ensuring that their community looks clean and presentable. So they were very grateful for all the hard work. Commissioners, there will be another day of service on May 22nd at sites all around the city. I will ensure that Mr. Teefank has the information and circulates it to all of us so that we are aware of it well in advance and can plan accordingly. But May 22nd is the next day of service. And we will also publicize it to members of the community who wish to join in that effort. Chief, moving more specifically to the hate crime issues, as you know, Cal State San Bernardino issued a report I believe it was just last week, about the first quarter of hate crimes, reporting on hate crimes in the first quarter of 2021, and many cities were up dramatically. New York City well over 200% in hate crimes, but Los Angeles had, I think they reported over 80% increase. And so I wonder, Chief, if you can take this opportunity to talk about the efforts being undertaken by the department to ensure the public's aware. I know the press conference this afternoon is part of it. The cards in multiple languages is also part of it. But if you could explain in more detail the efforts being undertaken by the department to address this increase that is concerning to everyone in the community.
Well, we want to make sure that it remains top of mind. Thank you for this opportunity. That it means top of mind for all of our communities. This we do believe that in the last 5 years that political discord, that reckless remarks, scapegoating, and individuals who are willing to make statements based on prejudice and bias and real ignorance has given, unfortunately, a segment of our community a belief that they have a voice, and that voice can be expressed in public settings and used to intimidate, to harm, and to inflict emotional pain on other members of our community. And the LAPD will just stand united with all of our communities to come together as one, whether it's the AAPI community, LGBTQ community, Hispanic, Black, whether it's based on ethnicity or gender, religious, that these are all matters that we have seen as a city in our past. But this also is a city that's that bright city on the hill that stands together and values our diversity, that values our differences, and rather than focus on them, looks towards them as how do they enrich us as a culture. So it's a common and ongoing and persistent theme amongst our 21 areas, by our officers as they're in some limited public settings, as we do and go about Zoom town halls and outreach and engagement, is to continue to reinforce that. And also to continue to express the desire that people involved in hate instances are coming forward and identifying those instances with us. We think that's the weakest link. We think that that's the area that it suffers the greatest under-reporting, is that when a person hears a verbal assault or a slight or an insult or prejudicial remark, is that we need that brought to our attention so that we can be aware of it. We can understand from a mapping standpoint where these instances are focused, so that we can then look to, and people say, well, if you understand there to be occurring in Koreatown or Chinatown, yes, but what are the particular walkways or the particular businesses or locations where this has seemingly had clusters or recurring tones? Because those are also areas that we will station personnel and we'll also work with the business owners and the community to strengthen the resolve that hate is not welcomed here, that hate will not be tolerated, and that there's not an allowance for this type of expression. We want to encourage the heart of all our communities through that awareness. Secondly, is that we've worked with and will continue to work with any organization that has an advocacy where they have a helpline or they have an outreach or engagement where they learn of hate instances, which the department may not be aware of. Our work, as you're aware of, with Stop API, for instance, is very particularly, I'm very interested in us achieving access to their outreach and engagement. So as they have hundreds of instances of reports that we're not aware of, that we can gain awareness of that so we can ensure that our strategies are meeting the moment. So it's outreach, it's engagement. And then lastly, this report that the department provided you was either last week or a week before, that spoke about the tenor of our investigation. That when we see a hate incident or crime, that we need to ensure that our investigation is prompt, that it's thorough, and that it's complete, and that the victim feels and understands our support for them, that we're going to listen and believe them, and we're going to ensure that we do everything we can to bring those responsible for hate crimes to the justice system, but also recognize instances in which it may not constitute a crime, but perhaps involves a youth or a juvenile that needs outreach and engagement with parents, with schools, so that we can educate that this next generation of what is not tolerable, what is not allowed in our society.
Thank you, Chief. Let me open it up to other commissioners who may have a question for the Chief of Police. If you have a question, please just let me know. I'm not seeing anyone. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
So, Chief, I got up this morning to a front page story in the LA Times. It was one of the topics that you've discussed, which is the rising violent crime in our city. What, if anything, can our department do to help bring that rising crime down? What kind of resources, if anything, do you need, or is this something that needs to be rolled out with, the gang intervention groups that work with the LAPD? What can we do to stop the violence, the shooting and the homicides?
Well, as the report titled, Too Many Guns in Too Many Hands, which was a remark I made a few short weeks ago, our work on this is multifaceted. One, it's a matter of community engagement and ensuring that communities know they have a voice, that this is not inevitable, that violence in our communities is not to be tolerated or somehow accepted. There's not places in the city that must understand this is just the culture of our community. And that that the victims and community members who are scared and are frightened by this violence, that they have a voice, and that LAPD is here to support them and protect them. I'm encouraged that there was a recently released survey by the AIDS Healthcare Foundation of 500 city voters. 91% of them were concerned about crime, and 91% were concerned about the increase in violent crime here in the city. So we know that we have the attention, if we have the interest, the support of our community that this is top tier. Along with homelessness, those two issues are critical focus to them. I'm also encouraged that 65% of those voters supported LAPD and believe that LAPD's mission is important, and that they see us in a role in this effort of the shared responsibility. But with this engagement also is the critical importance of other partners. The mayor's budget, I believe, provides for public safety. Its justice budget provides for resources for LAPD to have the necessary staffing so that we have a presence in our communities, that we investigate and pursue those committing gun violence. We work with our federal partners and our state prosecutors, such as the district attorney's office, to ensure that those that have weapons and use them against others are brought before the criminal justice system, and that we protect communities from that ongoing violence. But also critical importance is the expansion of GRID. And the mayor's budget is currently being heard by the city council. And it's my hope that they'll support the expansion of GRID by more than $7 million that will provide for additional community intervention workers. As referenced in that report by one of the persons in the LA Times report, one of the people I have a great deal of respect, Skip Townsend. He speaks to the trauma that our members of our community are experiencing, particularly our young people, with the impact of this pandemic, and that it won't be a switch. It just won't suddenly turn off. But that doesn't mean we should accept, as we come into the summer and into the fall, that this violence will eventually abate. We've got to your suggestion, by your very question, we've got to be aggressive in ensuring that resources are available, that we have a presence and a awareness in our communities, that we are going to identify those responsible, that we're going to work with our community, that they build their resilience against this, that it matters that people who commit these crimes are not going to go unaddressed, and that we also work with our intervention and health and intervention workers to get, as hospitals open up, as their ability to work alongside troubled youth, people experiencing trauma who are hurt people, that they can get with them to discourage further acts of violence, that they can help discourage them, that there is hope, there is not a helplessness, and there certainly is not any type of there shouldn't be any type of just allowance that expressing gun violence, as we've seen this last year, is the new norm. We mean for this to be an anomaly. We mean for this pandemic, which has caused such havoc in so many different aspects of our life, that we see the pandemic of this violence, that as we exit it, that the systems, just like the vaccine has allowed new controls and allowed us to have some immunity from and protection from this virus, that we see other parts of the social net stepping in to take control and help influence and reduce the instances of violence. So it is I know that that's a broad and it's a broad spectrum of a conversation with you, but at the end of the day, our officers are making a difference. Our officers are stemming this violence by their efforts, but this has to be a shared responsibility. We will not take and cannot take responsibility for all of stemming it entirely or reversing it entirely. It's going to take the whole of government and the whole of our community to work together on this.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Just a quick follow-up, Chief. You may have already answered it in your response to Commissioner Briggs, but you talked about the rate of increase of shooting victims slowing down. Is there something specific you can attribute to that rate? Is it the combination of events, the pandemic, hopefully coming to the end that we're all looking for, increased services in the communities, the GRID teams coming back to full force, or a strategy of the department? Is it all of that, or anything in particular?
No, I think it's a combination. This is a complex, violence in America is a complex issue. It's not just it's not a Band-Aid doesn't fix it. As you well know, as a former federal prosecutor, you see when you get to the courtroom and we have a person involved in violence, their history, whether offender or victim, is influenced by so many different factors. And I think the community safety is similarly situated. We have a role. We absolutely have to take responsibility of playing a role in reducing this gun violence using constitutional policing, using proven strategies that identify those offenders. We know the vast majority of this violence is being committed by relatively few individuals. It's not a wholesale, with a city of 4 million, this is not a wholesale wild west, if you will, level of violence. And these are not historic levels of violence. These are levels of violence, though, that are troubling because we've lost a decade of violent crime reductions. And so we're treating this and we're bringing this attention to this. So people will say, well, this violence has occurred all across America. It's occurring in every major city. In fact, in other major cities, it's occurring at a much higher rate than LA. So we should take some solace in that. Well, policing is never about satisfaction. Quality through continuous improvement. It's a constant pursuit of justice, and it matters to every life that we can save through our collective effort. Lastly, I'll close. I mean, our efforts on the prosecuting side of this is only getting stronger as we move out of this pandemic. Our federal court system is opening back up. Our trials for those involved in serious gun violence and at the federal level are restarting. But I'm also encouraged by a recently announced engagement with our Los Angeles district attorney, who will assign district attorneys, seasoned deputy district attorneys at our areas most impacted by street violence to work alongside law enforcement, police officers and detectives, and identifying those involved in gun violence and bringing the full weight of the criminal justice system to bear so that they are held accountable. That level of cooperation can only improve investigations, can only improve the thoroughness of them, the completeness of them, so that as they go to court, as they go to trial and face the consequences for their violence, that we can show to the community that this is not a turnstile justice system, that this is a justice system that is proportional, and that it does hold those accountable who are most criminally and violently involved in matters of community safety.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, other questions? I don't see anybody opening up. Thank you, all commissioners. Greatly appreciate that. Let's turn then to public comment. Madam Secretary, can you open the public comment queue and call on the first speaker, please?
Okay, the first speaker is Zach Sherwin, followed by Smell Mike.
Yes, I would like to speak to all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'll start with the chief's report. Chief Moore, you spoke this morning about how theft is up, and you asked the public to be careful about what possessions we're leaving in sight in our cars. And elsewhere in your report, when you were talking about that off-duty officer who got into a shootout, you told us that the confrontation began when he came out to his car and saw someone sitting in it wearing the officer's body armor and holding his gun. So I'm wondering if it's standard for an officer to leave their body armor and their weapon in their car where somebody might see it and break in and try and get it. And I'm wondering if there are going to be any consequences for that officer. Considerable attention to hate crimes in the chief's report. I looked it up, and justice.gov defines a hate crime as a crime motivated by bias against race. And when I think about bias against race, some things that come to mind for me include the fact that LAPD advertised on Breitbart, which is a white supremacist website, and the fact that LAPD officers participated in the failed coup on the Capitol on January 6th. The fact that the people who are impacted by LAPD, from traffic stops to the gang database to the 15 or maybe more shootings that have happened this year, are overwhelmingly Black and brown. So, you know, hearing you talk with grave concern about hate crimes, it's very hard to take it seriously, Chief Moore, considering the police department that you are at the head of. And that's, you know, you at that helm is not the way it should be. You are worthy of such little esteem, Chief Moore. Your time at the helm of this police department has been tainted since the drop scandal that accompanied you into this role. And since then, you have fallen on your face again and again when you're not doing it on purpose. You know, you stated that protesters were responsible for the death of George Floyd as much as the officers who killed him. That Valentine card is still an unresolved ticket. You compared Black Lives Matter to the Proud Boys. You've lied about traffic stops. You mismanage, you are corrupt, and you enable brutality. And again, it disproportionately affects Black and brown communities. Crimes motivated by bias against race. I just, commissioners, I think about you like telling, starting at the beginning of your careers and like telling your younger selves what you were going to do. And the fact that you are in charge of this police department in this city at this time, and you're letting it behave the way it does, that's on your hands. And I wonder what your younger selves would think of what you do. Shame on you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Smell Mike, followed by Adam.
Hello, good morning, Commissioner Bonner. I would like to speak on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Good morning, Chief. Yes, good report, Chief. Several comments, please. Number one, Chief, you mentioned regarding there's 4 cases less about, is that a murder or homicide? Sorry, I cannot recall. And then you mentioned regarding that maybe that's something, at least a positive sign regarding that. Well, Chief, I really do not I really do not have any I don't feel anything good regarding those numbers, because in your own report you actually mentioned right now we are still 67% increase compared to last year. So I mean, also regarding also I read on the news another police officer get attacked, get killed, and then if we can recall last year what I said, that's exactly what I said. There will be, if the police are backing down, if police continue to backing down, the rioter, looter, there will be more crime. There will be more homicide. There will be more murder in the city, especially right now in the Los Angeles. Think about what we are dealing with right now. Governor Newsom is about to release early release 76,000, which is they are going back to the neighborhood. We have an easy bail policy after the officer make an arrest. Easy bail policy, that means going back to the neighborhood. We have a district attorney refuse to prosecute any death penalty. We all know that. And then also the most important is that police. Oh God, I forgot. Okay. All right, so it's just that something is getting harder and harder on the police officer. I see right now is criminal, looting, rioting. They are getting everything, and then the police officer losing money, losing officer, losing support, losing the procedural due process justice. So what I see is that is how I see the trend right here. Regarding the hate crime against Asian, well. The Commissioner Decker said 80% right here in the report. Well, we have a tradition, our race have a tradition of being coward. That means we do not report. So many cases that will go unreported. Those are the reported, and then get to the hands in the police. Those are the 80% higher. But think about that. How many are unreported? How many of those are unnoticed? And then since especially right here, right now on the subway, on the station, on the street, everyone is just bystander, taking those TikTok videos, nobody doing anything about it. And then hate crime against Asian, well, I did not hear anything regarding in the chief's report, which is, I really wish I could.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, followed by Blue.
Hi.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I mean, I wouldn't like to speak on any of them, but I'll speak on all of them, please. Thanks.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right. I'll start with the chief's report. In one breath, chief, you were referring to your officers who refuse to wear masks, thousands who have contracted COVID-19 because they simply refuse to do the most simple thing in keeping themselves and the community safe, as having, and I quote, sustained this pandemic. As you in another breath talk about the thousands of officers who haven't as of yet been, and I quote, willing is the word you use, to receive a vaccine. The police commission stenographer needs hazard pay to keep up with your bullshit. You were talking about hate and prejudice, and while you wore an LAPPL strong mask to that budget and finance committee meeting about the LAPD budget, while directors of the LAPPL were trying to intimidate and bully one of the most prominent Black citizens of LA by crying to the NBA about one of his tweets. What the fuck was that? Also, while you were just talking on and on about hate and racial prejudice, you referred to LA as a bright city on the hill, hearkening back to Ronald Reagan's shining city on the hill, a reference he took from a 17th century John Winthrop sermon to praise and uplift the tyranny of white male supremacy and settler colonialism. You making this reference is quite fitting, as you are in your whole being as chief of this department, representative of this, and all the chewing up and spitting out of talking points about hate and prejudice will never change that fact. You are truly an embarrassment, perhaps not to the LAPD, but to the rest of humanity, and you should resign. You also spoke about supportive services, homeless services, faster procurement of housing for people experiencing homelessness, which brings me to my public comment. Layla Safdari was arrested last January after an off-site building manager called the LAPD because Safdari, who was houseless, was too close to this vacant building. The LAPD dutifully came and removed her from the property. An officer decided she didn't need medical attention and she was booked and brought into LAPD custody. The next day, Layla Safdari died of sepsis. Sepsis happens when your body responds to an infection, releasing chemicals into the blood that can result in inflammation, organ failure, and death. Some symptoms during the onset of sepsis include a change in mental state, confusion or disorientation, diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, slurred speech, severe muscle pain, severe breathlessness, less urine production than normal, cold, clammy skin, loss of consciousness. Layla Safdari needed care. She didn't need handcuffs. She didn't need armed officers making $100,000 a year to steal her body and ultimately her life. But that's what this and all policing is about, right? What you here at the Police Commission helped facilitate last year during the closed session when you closed the case. Policing protects and serves private property, not people. Now I'll speak to 3A. Oh, wait, you haven't talked about it yet. So how the fuck am I going to give a public comment about it?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue, followed by Hamid Khan.
Good morning. Am I on?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, if possible, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank you for giving us this time and giving us a platform to call in and share some of our, what's on our minds, and we appreciate it. And I know that, 45 minutes is time allotted, otherwise we'd be here all day. So I just want to reach out to the chief, and it's disheartening to see what's happening in our city, Chief. As a longtime Angelino, as a lifetime Angelino, it's heartbreaking. I live in the city, and just to see the violence and to see the horrendous condition our city is in, from Hollywood to Venice Beach. And I know it's not your fault. I know that our council members need to step it up. And we appreciate, Chief, what you're doing. And with all my heart, I can tell you, we support you. There is more support out there than we can let you know. We hear you, we see you, and we appreciate you, Chief. And we appreciate every single man and woman in blue. It was disheartening to see the Hollywood quote unquote protests as a computer is being thrown at an officer's face. And now, it's under investigation because of the projectile that was shot at this individual who actually threw the computer. And I'm glad he was caught. But now this is being investigated because they caught the guy that actually wanted to hurt and jeopardize the officers' lives. So we appreciate them being on the front line. We're worried about the 76,000 violent felons that are being released, Chief. And to every single one of you out there, we stand by you, we support you, and we know that you're working with the cards that are dealt with you. We appreciate your footbeat out there. We like seeing you out there. Every officer has a right to go home to their family and to go home safe and to defend themselves from this nonsense that's going on. As 2 gang members are dressed in police shirts and robbed a couple in Burbank at gunpoint. This is how bad it's gotten out here. Just boldness and just the audacity now. There's no fear. And with the district attorney that, with his policy, there's absolutely no fear. It is like a wild, wild west. And I hope someday that LA becomes the city that we know and love. And thank you again for being out there. We support our police officers. We appreciate you. We appreciate them. Chief, keep supporting them. We will support you in any way we can. We are not out in the streets because we don't want to add one more thing to your plate, but we'll do it another way. Voting, we'll do it just by visiting you at your divisions, and whether it's a box of donuts or a letter, or voting these council people out and a mayor out that does not support our police. And so that's how we're going to do it.
Thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items are you speaking on today?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I want to start off first of all by just going back to this pathetic proselytization that Moore engages in, and he talks about violence, talks about Band-Aid, talks about voter approval, and it's like it's pathetic. It's almost laughable watching somebody from both sides of their mouth. Where the LAPD has shot how many? About 15 or 17 people already this year, out of which there have been 6 or 7 fatalities, that people have been murdered again by the LAPD, living up to their most murderous police department in the country. He talks about these Band-Aids, and somebody who's spent their whole career into one reform after another, going back to about 40 years of his career, the post-Rodney King and everything else. And now he's again presenting that's going to be going for an action item of the same pathetic reform about more resources, more monies, more surveillance, more targeting of people. And so here he is again speaking about these Band-Aid approaches and talking about voter approval. I wonder when he was presenting at the City Council Budget and Finance Committee, what happened to the voter approval or the survey that the commission commissioned itself from LMU, where 67% of the people said that money should be reallocated from the LAPD to the communities, and 37% said that LAPD should be completely abolished. So I wonder where was that voter approval, that conversation, that whole thing that he shared with the Budget and Finance Committee or not? And it's again, the same old goddamn thing about reform. One thing that some things that just don't work, which brings me to this item number 3B that you have about on BolaWrap. I mean, here, this is the classic case of this, that you're seeking the continuation of pilot testing for a remote restraint device. And this is the 3rd test for this weapon, following the 2 pilot tests where the device had already failed to work as designed, which really brings me to another comment again. And I don't know, Bonner, if you know that Predpol has changed their name to Geoletica.com. It's the same goddamn company that has been roundly discredited, disgraced, and now they are calling themselves as this public safety agency, which is, and I quote, that they say we run operations for public safety teams to be more transparent, accountable, and effective. Transparency from a company that we know and documented that their own audit and their own peer review has been done by 2 owners and 3 other board members of the company. So this is the kind of transparency and accountability and effective. And now they're in this again, this pseudoscience-driven, data-informed, community-focused policing operations. So all around, we just continue to unmask it. We'll continue to be here, and we'll continue to disrupt and really tell the truth. And
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Betty Lay.
Good morning. I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to say to the chief, good report. I'm glad to hear there was a day of service and the command staff were involved. I would like to suggest that be advertised before it happens. There might be members of the community that might want to participate, but I think it's a good start, especially to API month. And speaking of API month, you talked about outreach and engagement. Very important. I brought up last week the issue of Footbeats, actually having the Asian community substations occupied and servicing the community, the Koban, Little Tokyo, the Chinatown substation, the other Asian communities. I think that really needs to be done. We know that the crime is underreported in the city, especially in those communities. You need officers out there engaging on a regular basis, consistently, perhaps with language or cultural fluency, and that really needs to happen. People need to feel safe, and I think if the footbeats are out there, and Police Commission, if you could do an audit of the footbeats in the city, where are they? Are the officers there for a period of time where they get to know the community? And they're much more effective when they're consistent and when they develop the relationships. We talk about community policing, but it has to be implemented. On that note, we have the community police advisory boards, neighborhood watch, business watch. Are they having meetings? Are they virtual meetings? When the chief gives his report, there's a part there that says significant incidents and activities. Those are significant activities because they're a barometer and measure of community policing. There was a form that the LAPD used, I don't know if they still use it or not, the community meeting critique form. And I know that the senior lead officers, after they had a meeting, or it could be any officer, maybe a detective, they would actually fill out this form and hand it in. And that's a way to measure, are the meetings taking place or not? And I think that's very important. Commissioner Decker, President, I want to thank you for mentioning May 22nd as a day of service. I think that announcing it is great, and people can get involved and in their communities. And so I'm pro-police, I'm pro-community. I'm going to call it the way it is, good, bad, or however it falls. So do the best you can. Use this month as a way to outreach, footbeats, real community policing, language ability. I think that common sense creates common ground. And by the way, I am not a police plant, and I resented that remark last week. I am pro-police and I'm pro-community. I am of the community. Thank you so much. Have a safe day. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Manar Jabran.
Okay, I would like to speak on the chief's report, the items on the agenda, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I need to do a public apology to Commissioner Kalanchi from last week. And next, I want everyone to know that I do support the chief of police. I do support the men and women in blue. It's very important that everybody supports them. The regular public could not go out and do what they do. It takes a special person to do that. And for the items on the agenda, I support every one of them, and looking forward to the presentation on 3A. I support the donations. We need more officers out there. We need our City Council Public Safety Committee to refund LAPD, not defund. It's very important that this take place. And like another comment that came up, that there's a lot of people out there that do support the men and women in blue. It's too bad all of them don't have time to come on and speak, because the majority does support Chief Moore. They support the men and women in blue. It's just very important that everybody get on, let their voices be heard. I do e-blasts every week to remind people of this. I know a lot of people are just sitting in and listening, which is fine. They get the gist of what's going on. I thank you so much for everything you do. We couldn't do it without you. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Manar Jabran, followed by caller ending in 4952.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Awesome. First of all, I can't believe that LAPD is calling for $67 million in new spendings for the after action report implementation plan. We saw how wasteful LAPD was with our resources and taxpayer money during the uprising in 2020. They spent $50 million just on overtime to brutalize and violently beat and arrest peaceful protesters. Angelenos have been calling for the defunding of the police. More frames LAPD to be vital to city safety. Yet every dollar LAPD spends on surveillance, violence, and Cajun is money that is taken away from services like housing, mental health care, schools, social services, and jobs. Those services keep our communities safe, not policing. The LAPD has shot at least 16 people so far this year, killing 6 of them. There is no reforming this. This is what LAPD is trained to do, and this is what the system of policing was built to do. No amount of money going into what so-called reforms can fix this. Moore spoke on the desperate need to fix the houselessness problem in LA last week. And how about we fucking take that money from LAPD, the $3 billion from the police budget, and get our neighbors housed and give them the resources they need to thrive. We demand a commitment to police defunding and a rejection of donations solicited from LAPD's after action implementation plan. More like you are speaking on hate crimes. How about the endless times you have sent your officers to press conferences and peaceful protests full of Black and brown people, and you let them beat and violently arrest like peaceful protesters, Black and brown folks? All you do and all the money you spend on racist surveillance technology that largely impacts Black and brown folks, you and your department are the cause of violence and hate in our communities. Fire more and defund the police. I yield my time.
Madam Secretary, next speaker, please.
Okay, next speaker is caller ending in 4952, followed by T. Caller 4952, you're on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Hi, I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, this is T. Guerra from Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, LAPC Fails Coalition. Michael Moore, I watched your presentation on the budget last week, and it was an absolute shit show because at every turn, you found ways to present how LAPD, which already gets more money than any other department, while failing to improve health and safety outcomes for the city, should be getting even more of the budget. And there was a moment where you're talking about the number of hours of overtime that LAPD racks up. And this was presented by you as something that's like unavoidable and critical to city safety. And part of that is the deployment of SWAT, of course, again, presented as being something that the city needs for its safety. And it made me think of a report that was recently released about a police response in 2019 about Joe Britton. This is an elderly Black man living in South Central Los Angeles, whose neighbors had called police due to verbal threats and conflicts that had been happening over time. And what LAPD knew through its mental health evaluation unit was that Britton was a military veteran that was suffering from PTSD. And so what does LAPD do, knowing this in the situation? Of course, they completely escalate the situation. And these are just some of the things that happen next, as reported by LAPD. The tactical team surrounded the house. They tried to break down the door, but they couldn't, so they brought in a SWAT team. They brought in 2 armored Bearcat vehicles, and Bearcat stands for Ballistic Engineered Armored Response Counter Assault Tool. And this is a 2-story house that Britton lived in. The SWAT shot tear gas into the 2nd floor windows. They also shot in pepper spray. They broke down the front door with the Bearcat, and they sent in a recon robot, unintentionally deploying more tear gas in the process, which apparently was a malfunction of the battering ram. Then they sent in another robot. Then they sent in a canine team. Then they threw a sting ball grenade into the room that they thought he was in. But the grenade was for exterior use only, not for interior use. So they started a fire with it. So next they had to bring in firefighters to extinguish the fire they'd started in the house. At some point, 12 different cops fired their rifles at Britton, which thankfully didn't hit anyone in the neighborhood. Inside the home, they fired less lethal bullets. They used their tasers. 3 cops tased Britton 17 times. And by the end of this, thank goodness, he had not been killed by police, but he was taken to a hospital and was, of course, arrested. And all of that is to say that this is how LAPD then and today, and this is how the city responds to a call regarding a military veteran who is suffering from PTSD and has given clear indications over time that they need help and they need resources. And that is not something that requires a military armed response. But because of how our city budget is stacked and who gets funded, and because of the nature of policing, that is the response that neighborhoods get. We demanded a funding of police. The funding and deployment of SWAT is presented as something that is necessary, but this is a lie. We demand a funding of social services. We demand that LAPD does not get further funding to surveil.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T, followed by Matios Cadane.
Hello?
Hi, T. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I want to honor our indigenous land. Michael Moore, we're still in a dark time. He said dark time was in the 1800s. We're still in a dark time and you're still killing Black folks. We need to defund the police and refund the communities.
This is Melina Abdullah. We also want to say that it's absolutely ridiculous that you could have 3 reports documenting the abuse of protesters, righteous protesters at the hands of LAPD, and your answer is more money for police? Hell no. Defund the police, fire Michael Moore, and we need to reimagine public safety in the way that we want to. Stop appropriating our language.
This is Pastor Q, the Church Without Walls, and I'm here to say how much of the money is going towards pensions. So while we're defunding communities and having police oppress those communities, those police get to go live somewhere else and have a big pension and uplift other communities while they use our community as the battering ram. We're not going to have it. Defund the police.
This is Tyler Boudreau. I just want to say, I'll keep it short. Defund the police, fire Chief Moore, sign the petition, tinyurl.com/fire LAPD Chief Moore. He's not for the people. He's a threat to the people and constantly harms and brutalizes our communities and enables it.
And for the past month, you have gotten 3 reports that said you have failed unabashedly. You're the only organization I know that has failed and trying to get more money. Usually it's the other way around. When you have failed departments, you get rid of the department head and much of the leadership and bring in new people. And so we are unabashedly opposed to the LAPD getting $65 million additional dollars. You have failed, and it is time to fire Chief Moore.
Yes, Chief Moore needs to go. We need to fire Chief Moore, and we need to stop calling him Chief, because actually that's an insult to indigenous people. So we need to rephrase what he's called and he needs to be fired, okay? Fired Michael Moore, defund the police, and refund our communities. You criminalize our homeless folks, right? You have sweeps for our homeless folks instead of housing our folks in the middle of a pandemic. City Hall was allocated money for our houseless folks, yet LAPD wants to continually criminalize our folks out here. We also want to uplift the 630 people that have been murdered by LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department. You talk about police gangs in our community. We need to start eradicating gangs from the police department. We need to stop criminalizing folks for being in poverty. And we need to hold killer cops accountable.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Cadane, followed by Ted Trubinsky.
Hi,
Hi, what items would you like to speak to?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm so grateful I get to follow that. On the after action report, these recommendations spit in the face of the Angelenos who took to the streets to fight for a divestment from the LAPD. The beatings, arrests, and trauma protesters endured is being used to expedite the implementation of a police state and set the stage for increased violence against critics of the LAPD. Chief Moore even bastardized the LMU study that shows that 67% of Angelenos wish to divest from police by cherry-picking stats that support his false narrative. These recommendations are laughable. Snacks are a line item, which is ridiculous. The creation of a new and permanent strategic emergency bureau to police protests is an obvious money grab and a means to ramp up surveillance. Protests are not meant to be accepted as a permanent fixture of the city's landscape. Protests arise to address specific problems. The reason the LAPD and its cohorts want to make it seem like protests are a norm is because they have almost always been the thing being protested. From the Watts Rebellion to the 1992 uprising and even the George Floyd uprisings, the LAPD has been at the heart of this city's woes. And this after action report is just the newest iteration of this endless cycle of quote unquote more training. Further increasing the allocation of resources to the LAPD while Angelenos clearly call for a divestment will only cause protests. Establishing a new permanent police bureau to target protesters will only cause protests. Doing anything short of giving into the clear demands of the people will cause an uprising. Defund the LAPD. On the chief's report, this man wants to talk about how reckless remarks lead to hate. He compared the Black Lives Matter movement to the Proud Boys. The bright city on the hill this delusional goon preaches about is soaked in black and brown blood shed by his foot soldiers. How effectively did you map the sharing of that hateful George Floyd Valentine? How thorough was that investigation? You don't give a damn about stopping hate. Chief Moore is a joke. Your nodding through that stream of hypocrisy is an absolute farce. When will Chief Moore release the names of the LAPD officers who participated in the attack on the Capitol? Are these cops still out on the street? Why are you protecting white supremacists who chose to participate in a white supremacist attack? This after action report comes in the wake of 3 assessments of the LAPD's response to last summer's uprisings, and all 3 found Chief Moore to be an abject failure. Anybody else would have lost their job by now. He has no rein on his trigger-happy police, and he's been woefully unsuccessful at keeping Angelenos safe. The LAPD has shot at least 15 people this year, and they've killed 6. This man lacks the wherewithal to man a toilet, let alone the helm of a police department. Call for his immediate termination. On 3B, vote no on the extension of a pilot program for BolaWrap. This would be the 3rd test of the weapon following 2 pilot tests where the device failed to work as designed. The reports indicated that the device went off unintentionally. Why dehumanize Angelenos just so some tech company makes a profit? Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky, followed by caller ending in 3146.
Just public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
I want to say today that we reject the monies recommended by the after action report. We specifically do not want a protest bureau. Like the last caller said, more training and resources will continue to solidify a protest problem in the city. For 3B, we do not want continue tests the BolaWrap. We have the first 2 tests. More field tests of the technology is not what the citizens of the city want. We don't want this technology out in the field. I'm disappointed in the chief's report and use of language, specifically in talking about hate crimes, as has been mentioned by many callers before me. Chief Moore needs to go. Please end the 45-minute public comment. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller 3146, followed by Jason R.
Hi, is this me now?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would Chief's report, public comment, and the BolaWrap.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Remember the names, these names, my public comment. George Holliday is who filmed Rodney King, and Darnella Frazier filmed or videoed George Floyd. And these 2 should get together and take a photo. These 2, never forget these names, George Holliday and Darnella Frazier. And I was so unprepared because I didn't think, but yeah, when George Holliday, he went to the police department and they denied it and didn't want to see it. So he took it to KTLA, and then the LAPD came for the tape. Oh my God, where's that tape, dude? You were just telling us about it. We didn't want to know about it. And I want to say something, though, in support of the police department. Everybody has to realize the police department's been around since like 900. And it's done the same thing since 900. You pick a year. There's been a police department every square inch on earth. But what the LAPD does, I agree with all these people. There's some things that needs to change. Now, have they been trying to change? Yes, they have. The LAPD has been trying to change. The problem is the commission, that the toilet mayor appoints jerks, murder approval board people. They badge tarnishers, right? They let the killing murder of Eric Rivera, Graciela Mack, and Jacobo Cedillo. Nobody's talking about Jacobo Cedillo. It's the same thing as George Floyd. No protest. The rank and file has to treat these commissioners like they're lofty, addressing them like, yes, sir, commissioner. Yeah, like you people are something important, and the rank and file is important. They shouldn't have to address you like they have respect for you, you jerks. Now, on a different concept, they're throwing frozen things and rocks and fireworks at the police department. Do you know the whole entire blocks and streets can be arrested for that until you find out who's throwing stuff? Do they not love? Where's the love? And then instead of going, why don't you go to say, hey, sir, I'm the police department. I love you. I love you. I'm a community member like you. I love you. Put the gun down. Put the gun down. I love you. I love you. I'm your friend. I'm the police. I'm your friend. I love you. Put the gun down. Where is that? And if they built on a Jewish cemetery, the Native Americans would be called anti-Semitic, wouldn't they? Yes, they would be. You jerk, to Bonner, but sober off, jerk.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jason R., followed by Gina Viola.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
You already know all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, yo, so this is Jason with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. Let's start with Chief Moore. This week, we'll call you Mistaken Michael. I saw you on some more propaganda stops this past week. There's a picture floating around of you with a broom allegedly helping clean up neighborhoods in Chinatown. Just wondering when you're gonna look to clean up your own fucking department. We're still waiting on the names of the officers who disseminated the George Floyd Valentine, the same ones that you said had no place within your ranks. But lo and behold, they're probably still collecting a paycheck, probably still on our streets harassing and abusing our communities. We are looking to sweep your ass right out of this pig pen of a department. Resign now. Chief Moore must go. Musty Michael, I couldn't help myself. Since you brought up the LMU study to help support the narrative for increased funding of this racist department, you forgot to mention a few things. Again, I know numbers and math aren't your forte, but 2/3 of the respondents support redirecting funds meant for police to spend on actual programs that are truly supportive of the communities and aren't rooted in this power and brutality and murder that y'all specialize in. Maybe you should have taken some time to read the findings from that survey. What about that stupid LAPPL strong mask you wore for the budget presentation? Let's remind you that the LAPPL ran a survey of LAPD officers back in November that reported that 86% of the respondents felt that they don't feel supported by Pig Moore. More than 90% said that they don't feel like LAPD command staff showed strong leadership during the civil unrest. And a shocking 90% more said that they would retire right now if they could. You know, the one that prompted you to send an apology letter out to the rank and file? We all know that these police associations are organized crime. We know that there are strong connections between this commission and the LAPPL, but even they want Chief Moore to go. So we just want to say again and uplift the fact that he needs to leave. He needs to go. His police department, the police officers in his police department think he needs to go. The public think he needs to go. So yeah. And I also want to point out that the after action reports corroborate what this survey said, that there's no leadership within the LAPD. How is it that we have all this leadership within the LAPD that's been around for 30 years, right? They've had all this training and they still can't get shit right, which is another reason why they don't need another 67 million to pad their pockets. Let's see here. We know at the beginning of March that you were hospitalized after having difficulty with your speech. What's it like when your brain can't process all the horse shit coming out of your mouth? And last but certainly not least, LAPD released a statement standing with sexual assault survivors on April 28th.
Next speaker, please, Madam Secretary. That went way off topic.
Okay, our next speaker is Gina Viola, and looks like she's our
final person to have their hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on Moore's report, public comment, and 3B.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So as was pointed out earlier, how are we supposed to take your directives, Moore, about not leaving items in our cars seriously, coming from a department who not only does this, as we saw just last week, but will also give keys to a civilian to go get something out of a police car for them? We saw that the week before. The answer is we cannot. Your department continues to model terrible citizen behavior. No masks, resulting in many dead LAPD officers of color. LAPD parks in the red zones, never uses turn signals, and answers to no one, least of all you. This results in a department that terrorizes Black, brown, and poor people in this city on the daily. That terror has led to the unnecessary death of so many people's loved ones. And this body, this commission, does absolutely nothing to hold this department accountable, which makes you complicit in each and every action this unchecked department makes. It's clear that LAPD exists only to guard white people's property. That makes this commission the watchdogs of white supremacy. Shame on all of you for limiting the public's voice in this sham of a process. The LAPD has shot at least 15 people so far this year, killing 6. In spite of this, the board is proposing giving this department $67 million more for more reforms. I've been sitting in these commission meetings for 4 years now, 4 grueling years, listening to ad nauseum, listening to the reforms and the trainings and this and that. All you're doing is sucking up resources for very underserved communities. Year after year after year, your budget continues to be the most bloated part of the city budget, and it is time to change that. We are clamoring, the city is clamoring, the county is clamoring for you to get less money so that communities can be reinvested in. I don't know what it will take for this commission to understand that. Any budget that you push through to city council is on your hands. Every time you rubber stamp another report and send it on to city council, it is on your hands. Item 3B. This continues a pattern in which LAPD collaborates with new tech developers to test weapons and policing tactics on Los Angeles residents. With Nevin technology and facial recognition in 2004, with Motorola and live streaming surveillance in 2010, and Axon with body-worn video in 2014, and with PredPol, predictive policing in 2014, all of which resulted in profit and sales for technology developers and press releases for LAPD. The only police de-escalation tactic that works is when the LAPD is not present to incite violence.
Very well. That concludes the public comment period of our agenda. Thank you, everyone who called in and took time to express your views. We'll now move on to the agenda. Madam Secretary, the regular agenda, excuse me, item 3A. Let's begin with the presentation that is scheduled on officer training curriculums. And this was, I hope, designed largely to give us additional background regarding current training programs, as well as put in context the recommendations made in the after action report. And I see Commander Reyna and Dr. Pinnell, I think are joining us. I see they've joined the panel. Dr. Pinnell, we don't see you yet, but we'll give you a few moments to get your microphone and your camera on. There we go. Now we see you. Welcome to both of you. And whenever you're ready to begin your presentation, please do.
Thank you and good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chief Moore. I'd like to welcome Dr. Pinnell with me to present to you this morning. We're going to talk about our in-service training overall and how we implement our in-service training as a whole, and then talk about the after-action report. As you know, obviously, when recruits come out of the academy, graduate from the academy, and once they're out and in the field, every training that they partake in after that is in-service training. That can happen in person, it can happen online, through video and roll calls. It's all different. There could be 1 10-hour day, there could be 2-hour trainings. Everything's different when it comes to in-service training. Some of that training fulfills our state mandates, some fulfills department mandates, some of that fulfills our city mandates, such as sexual harassment prevention training, less lethal munition trainings, and FTO school. The number of classes that our department can provide in overall in-service training is in excess of 730 different classes. That doesn't mean that we train all 730 classes, but we have that active curriculum that we can tap into if we need to, depending on the circumstances of what we have to train. Some of the courses that are taught every deployment period for us are our police science and leadership class, our MHIT, which is a mental health intervention training class. Some classes are taught every deployment period, such as our supervisor school or base and collision investigation school. They often vary from time to time, depending on what's happening. So for example, if we have multiple promotions throughout the year, every DP for field training officer will put on additional field training officer classes to make sure that they're certified before they go ahead and start training our probationary officers. Different ways that we deliver our training. So virtually and electronically, we have our learning management system where officers are required to take 8 to 10 learning management courses per year. Some of those, for example, are state mandated, such as the 2-hour pursuit policy update that they have to do each year, or the city mandated 2-hour sexual harassment prevention training that they're taking, or the state mandate 8-hour CPR pre-course that they have to take each year. Another way that we implement our training is through roll call. We have 4 classes or 4 courses that are discussed and covered in our roll call training every deployment period. Some of those are in video format. Some of those are just discussion lesson plans. Some of those are PowerPoints that are being handled by the watch commanders or the divisional training coordinators. Then we get into our actual in-person, in-service training. Courses are all different, again, like we discussed. For example, the MHIT training is 4 days at 8 hours per day, and it's offered 2 times per deployment period. Our command and control is 8 hours, and it's taught 4 times per week. Our non-ballistic shield training is 1-hour training. I'm just giving you examples of the different in-service trainings that we do, whether it's online for 2 hours of some type of sexual harassment training, or if it's in-service training can vary the days and the hours, or that roll call training can also vary from days and hours. So again, there's an abundance of training overall that we do. And it's very difficult to kind of put it in perspective and nail it down on a calendar for you, but we're just trying to give you an overall view of the different things that we do throughout the year. Talking about post-mandate training, we've discussed this before. The police officers stand in the training for the state mandates. It's called continuing professional training. It mandates that each employee, sworn employee, receives 24 hours of state mandated training on a 2-year cycle. So if you look at that for 12 hours a year in-person training, and that covers tactical firearms, driving training and awareness, arrest and control, strategic communications. Some of that is taught on the divisional level by the training coordinators, and some of that is taught in our in-service training by our academy staff, such as arrest and control, driving, and firearms tactical handgun training. Some of you commissioners have gone through the force option simulator, the video option simulator for force usage. That is a 4-hour mandate for firearms and tactical training that is mandated by the state that the officers go through. Courses other than what's post-mandated. So I just discussed what's mandated by the state, the 24 hours in the 2-year period. We at LAPD go above and beyond, and we have other, obviously, courses, just like I said, the 730 plus classes that we teach in different aspects. Some of those are post-certified and some are not, and we just require them as a mandate within our department. For example, motorcycle riding school. If an officer is selected to become part of the motorcycle cadre and be a motor officer assigned to the traffic division, it's not a post mandate that they take the motor school. It's a safety guideline that Post will post on there as far as a curriculum to teach, but it's not post mandated. However, our department requires that motorcycle officer go through that class, be certified in that class before they operate that motorcycle on the road for their safety and the safety of the community. The same thing with bicycle patrol school, for example. It's not a post mandate to do that, but we make it a class that they have to attend and they have to pass before they're allowed to ride a bicycle out on the streets in the city of Los Angeles. Other enrichment classes that we have that we add on, for example, if it's a consent decree mandate that if you are promoted to say, let's say sergeant or detective or lieutenant, that you go through that appropriate supervisor school for that rank. Once, for example, a detective is promoted to detective 1 level, then there's enhancement classes and enrichment classes that that person could go to after that that we provide, such as, for example, if detective is assigned to a sexual assault investigation table at a division, they can go to a sexual assault investigation course, which enhances their ability to be an investigator and enhances their skills and expertise. Juvenile procedure school is another one. It's one thing to say that we select an officer to be a juvenile officer who's dealing with the students and dealing with individuals involved in juvenile crime, the subjects, but there's no mandate that they go through any type of school. However, we make them go through a school so they understand all the procedures and laws that are related to juveniles and juvenile procedures. As we moving through our training, and Dr. Pinnell can touch on this when she speaks here in a moment, we obviously have our mandated training that we do every year, and every 2 years we have, whether it's mandated by the state, what's mandated by the department. We also we're looking at our training overall to see what we need to continue to keep the recertifications going on individuals. It's one thing to get certified in something, let's say for example, the use of a less lethal munition, but we want to make sure that they're going through recertification on that continuously, so they know how to continually manipulate that system, and they're updated on policy and law continuously. And part of what we're trying to do is the institutionalization of our training, where we train on one level and then they come back and they're training on the next level, and keep enhancing the training and keep building that training on them, so it's not forgotten in a sense. So we keep coming around and touching back on that training again, so they don't get it 1 year and then they're not talked about or getting trained again in that concept for 2 or 3 years later. So that's something that Dr. Pinnell and her team and Training Bureau are working on to make sure that we're implementing those systems, that we're coming back around for that training. Looking at our current staffing, to give you an idea of training division staffing, in 2015, we had 243 individuals assigned to training division staff. And in this year, we have 153. So we're less about 100 employees overall. And to give you an idea, let me make sure, excuse me here. For example, I talked about the post-mandated 24 hours and 2-year period of training. If we look at our basic core courses that we provide to our personnel, again, there was over 700 courses that we can provide, doesn't mean we do it all, but the basic courses that we see that we continuously do, there's 20 of them. And just to name a few: field training officer class, supervisory course, basic collision investigation school, in-service motor training, use of force updates, directed training, detective school, things like that. There's 20 of those. When you take the 120,000 post hours that we are training for the state mandate a year, plus the hours here, which is roughly 265,000 hours on average that we're training in service training on those basic courses, you're looking at roughly 385,000 hours of training that the department does on a very, very, very basic level. The post mandate and the basic in-service core courses that we want to train. When you really look at that number, that equates to 217 full-time employees that would be training nonstop throughout the year. That gives you an idea of how much that equates from the 385,000 hours. It really is about 217 full-time employees that would never, in a sense, be in the field. They'd just be training full-time, to put that in perspective. Again, classes change from size and location throughout the year, depending on what need we have. Some classes could be 10 people, some classes could be 50 people. It really, it's difficulty to kind of put your thumb down on there exactly the average of it, but we try our best here to give you the best numbers we can as far as our averages. What I'd like to do at this time is turn it over to Dr. Pinnell. I think I kind of quickly went through the overview of in-service training, but we also, again, I think I made it clear that LAPD goes above and beyond when it comes to our training. We have our post mandate and we have our department mandate, where we continue to train more, and we continue to, with our core value or quality through continuous improvement. We always want to improve on what we're doing, and we We want to excel and add on to that training. And in that being said, Dr. Pinnell and her shop also does an incredible job of other aspects that she infuses into that training that she's going to speak about now that relates to such, for example, procedural justice and community engagement. So I'll give it to Dr. Pinnell to talk about extra stuff that her team infuses into our training that goes above and beyond what we're mandated to do. So Dr. Pinnell.
Thank you. Good morning. Part of my remarks here today, I want to share with you, Commander Reyna had to give you kind of a litany of all these different things and places that we train. So how do we look at that when a new concept comes up, like de-escalation that we've heard a lot about, or procedural justice? We have a new diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. So how do we infuse those concepts into existing training? What we learned with the consent decree is often we'll have a centralized training, like with our use of force updates. So right now we have command and control, where we're training the whole department in command and control. Once we're completed with that training, well, actually, even as we're completing that training, because every department-wide training that we do will take a year and a half to get through the whole department if we train every day, every week for a year and a half, roughly. So to get one concept through the whole department in a in-service way, in an in-person way, we realize we have to try a multifaceted approach to reach the whole department. So what you'll usually see is it starts with a source document, whether that's a training bulletin or a tactical directive or even a policy change. We'll move that source document to a place, what I would say is just awareness. When it comes to e-learning, sometimes people kind of, oh, why don't we just put that into an e-learning? But there is a point where we oversaturate people and they're not really, there's a capacity of what they're learning from that training. So I always look at e-learning, or even some of the videos we do in roll call training, is to increase awareness, to have micro lessons, if you will, on small, and to hit people more frequently with smaller message dosaging, if you will. So you'll see that with roll call training. We'll do videos that as a new policy comes out, you'll see a video in roll call, and that there's conversations that are starting on a divisional wide level before they come to division or department wide training. So we're going to build on the awareness piece, that is just the distribution of a new policy, and then move it also into exams and promotional exams. We know that if people are studying for promotions and they have that as a required item in their promotional exam, or even on their test or interview, that people read that more in depth, right? And so we have supervisors who are coming to those positions as more informed. And then we move into in-person training. The importance of the scenario-based training is as we look to evidence-based policing and practices that make a difference. We want to have training that makes a difference. And so if we're going to take the investment of putting people in seats and in a room together, how do we make sure and emulate what you'll often hear me talk about is training the whole officer and training in a team. So we can't teach officers by e-learning or just remote on things that take a coordinated effort. It would be like training a quarterback by PowerPoint and then asking them to throw the ball to themselves. In policing, we need them to engage and communicate together, coordinate, see how they would operate, make mistakes and learn from them in training so that we make fewer mistakes in the field. So certainly our in-service training, we want it to be scenario-based and applied learning. But the other thing that you would see in our department training, because we have the opportunity to see Board of Police Commissioners and what the community concerns are. We go to community meetings and we begin infusing some of the concepts like procedural justice into our command and control training. We're not going to just teach things in silos or in isolation. We're going to infuse them because that's really how it is in the field. You expect us to operate with procedural justice in mind, not as an afterthought, but as integrated into our responses. And so that's what you would see in our in-service, in-person training. We also want to be strategic, as Commander Reyna was saying, is that as those same concepts come out in the department-wide training, often our students will bring to us where some of the gaps are with either supervision. So we will infuse those changes that need to go into supervisor school, into watch commander school, into our command development. What do command officers need to know so that we can close the gap between ranks and responsibilities. And then I think the other thing I wanted to mention, back to the post minimums, I usually see them as post minimums versus competencies. And even the training that post gives us, we still have to look at it and assess, are we training to the level of competency? And that's why when we say we exceed that standard, it's because post sets a bar for all of California for the departments that are 15 people and are in a very different community than we are. So we always have to assess what post gives us and then look at how does that apply with our communities, with our interactions, and with our resources. How do we make sure that we are making coordinated efforts, for example, with the Department of Mental Health or NAMI or other entities that are working closely with us. A couple other things, I think. Actually, I think I got through most of my things that I wanted to say. Certainly we look, the other thing that we do is we look at, as a new concept comes in, is to extend our efforts and reach out across the country to look at what are other agencies doing, but also what are other professions doing, because many of the concepts around communication or rendering aid come from other professions as well. And so we want to look at what best practices are happening there. And I think that kind of, Commander Reyna, I'm going to volley that back to you.
All right, thank you. And we're hoping that I know it's limiting our time here, but we're hoping we're painting that picture of our overall in-service training. You can see that there's an incredible amount of hours that go into it, incredible staff at Training Division, incredible team under Police Training Education with Dr. Pinnell for what we are, in a sense, mandated to by the state, what we mandate out of our own department personnel, and how we go above and beyond that. And the curriculum that's involved in that, the scheduling that's involved in that, the instruction that's involved in that, and looking at, like I spoke earlier, how Training Division as a whole is about 100 people less doing that training. Yes, we have our instructors at the Training Division level. We have training coordinators on divisional level there also to help us. We do have adjunct instructors that come back. For example, if a certain course is being taught, we may have certain detectives coming from Robbery Homicide Division or Major Crimes Division to teach that block of training for us. So all sorts of instructors, all sorts of hours of training, all sorts of curriculum out there. They do an incredible job overall implementing this and tracking this to make sure that we are getting the best training and we keep our standard very high. Looking at the after action report, the 19 categories, the 68 projects overall, and as it relates to training, we have gone through that. For example, we have looked at things that we are already doing, looking at days of dialogue training, looking at mobile field force training. So those two that are listed on the after action reports, after the Safer LA mobilization last summer, days of dialogue and mobile field force training were implemented within in-service training in the department prior to the after action report actually being published. So the LAPD took a proactive approach to this. Now we're looking at the after action report recommendations, for example, in those two categories, looking at what we're training when it comes to days of dialogue and mobile field force, and we have to modify that training to coincide with what's recommended in the after action report. They're just two examples of what we call efficiencies. We're already training that already. We'll look at the after action, look at our training to make sure that they're working together and they're cohesive. But obviously there's new training there, such as the field jail training, the command staff mobile field force training that we will have to look at and how we're going to implement this. So direction of the Chief of Police and Chief Choi from Operations Support Services, there's going to be working groups that are put together that will handle, and I believe this was already talked about before to the Police Commission, that will one working group for each of those initiatives. That working group will look at the recommendation, look at what's happening within the department, within Training Bureau, as it relates to us or other entities within our department, come up with the best practices, come up with the recommendations, and report back to us exactly what the recommendations are, and then the Chief of Police will make a decision as how we're going to move forward on that. We also, I want to add on that I think we painted that picture again of the incredible amount of hours that we train and the short staffing that we have. We reached out to other agencies, large agencies outside of California, within California, to ask them how they do that. How do they do their training with so many people, and how do they keep up on that type of thing? As you can see, all of this in-service training that we want to mention that is happening for our staff is all on duty. So what's happening is if an officer gets an 8-hour training notice that they have to go to some type of class, they are doing that on duty. So that's one less individual that's going to be in the field patrolling the streets and keeping our community safe. So we're all aware that we have patrol plan. Each of the 21 geographic divisions has a minimum amount of officers that they have to deploy for each shift and each day. As they're doing the scheduling, they'll make sure that they hit those numbers. So we have that minimum deployment out there, and then the other individuals will be going to training, but that's happening on duty. When looking, for example, at NYPD, they only train, we're told, 3 days of on-duty training, and any other enrichment training, any other enhanced training is on overtime. And because of that, they do very little enrichment training because it's an overtime basis. Looking at the Las Vegas Police Department, they have a platoon scheduling, which is different than ours. So that allows them the opportunity to train all their individuals on duty, but they also are able to keep superior staffing in the field as they're doing it. Talking to the CHP, they are the same as us as far as doing it on duty. There's no overtime for it. However, they don't have patrol minimum. So one day they could have 6 units in a certain area, and the next day they have 1 because individuals are training. Looking at El Monte PD, there's they use overtime as needed. But the one that's closest to us here in Los Angeles, we looked at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and they have an overtime budget for training. So what happens is when they're doing all this type of training similar to what we're doing in service training, that's happening on an overtime basis. So the individual may be told they have to attend a training for 8 hours, and someone is backfilling that position on overtime, so they're not depleting their staffing, they're not affecting their overall deployment. But here at LAPD, we do it on duty, and it's not on an overtime basis, and it is a draw on the overall resources of a division to make sure that individuals are going to this training. And by the hundreds of thousands of hours we talked about, you can see how that could overall affect our operations. Now, when you're taking the after action report and the training recommendations there, these are going to be additional hours that will be added on to that basic post mandate and that basic core course that I spoke about, plus additional training that we're already doing, plus the after action report training that's going to be coming down. You can see how that's going to accumulate very quickly and how that's going to affect our overall structure and deployment, and making sure that individuals get that training at the same time, making sure we are serving our community on the level that we want to serve them. So that kind of rounds it out with everything in in-service training. I hope we I gave you a good idea of how this all works. It's again, it's very complicated, very complex, but again, the incredible staff that makes it happen and makes it work. But we're open for questions at this time if anyone has any.
Thank you, Commander. Chief Choi, yeah, if I could ask the commissioners to hang on for, I'm sure everybody has questions. Madam Secretary, could you please bring up Chief Dominic Choi, who I believe wants to join this conversation. And while he's joining, I think this would go to Commander Reyna. I just want to get a very basic idea of if there's such thing as an average patrol officer on the street. I'd like to know how often does he take, or he or she take, the in-person training each year? I'm not talking about officers who are going to be an FTO or supervisor or detective school or specialized task forces. I'm just talking about an officer who is a patrol officer. How many hours a year are they in person?
Well, in person, so
leave aside, all right, let me be clear. Leave aside roll call training. I'm talking about they have to go somewhere, spend the day there doing training.
okay, so again, when you're looking at, let's just say the state mandate, 24 hours in a 2-year period, so 12 hours in 1 year. 14 of the 24 has to be in person. So let's say an average of 7 hours a year in person minimum just for the state mandate. Then when you get into LAPD mandated training, very difficult to decipher for just your police officer that's not a training officer, not a detective, to track and average that amount of of training that they're receiving each year that's in person above and beyond. I don't know if Dr. Pennell can add on to that. I think it's a difficult question to answer on the average for the officer, but it's obviously going to be above that 7-hour minimum in person. It could be 14, it could be 20, just depends on what their track is, what they're doing, what they're involved in. A gang officer could have different in-service training compared to your average police officer on the street compared to an officer that is assigned to detectives. It could just be different.
Right.
So it's very difficult to track.
But it's a minimum of 14 hours every 2 years. Is that correct?
It's a minimum of 24 hours every 2 years. I realize some of those are sometimes they're in training, but I think in online, but the ones that are in person are usually generated around our department-wide training effort. And we have every 2 years really pursued having some kind of use of force update in our department. And that use of force update is going to incorporate topics like procedural justice and community involvement and things like that as well. But we're looking at the applied performance of what happens out in the field. So again, right now, what could happen, and this is why it's a little bit challenging, is you could be at the end of one training cycle and take a class in January and then be at the beginning of the next training cycle. For this past year, for example, we overlapped command and control with our crowd control training at the same time. So that's a little closer to already 16 hours, but that is contributing to their 24.
And Commissioner, I just want to.
Why don't I let Chief Choi jump in? He was trying to jump in earlier, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Chief Choi.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chief. I just wanted to add a couple comments. I wanted to link, now that you have a broader presentation of how we deliver training, and then link kind of what this after action report is and bring it back towards the implementation plan that we're going to discuss. So the plan itself, just putting it in perspective, it's the recommendations are an assessment of our actions in response to a particular event, right? So if you think of it that way, it's kind of like a professional athlete. They video their performance. Afterwards, they look at their performance to see where they did well and where they did poorly and how to improve that. That's exactly what these recommendations are. How do we improve our performance based on what we just did or how we performed? And so that's why you see a lot of these recommendations being driven by training or enhancing somebody's performance or knowledge or clarifying policy. That's what these recommendations are. Now, on some prior discussions, I talked about with some folks about what are we doing to prevent these incidents from happening? What are we doing to, why are we standing on the line in the streets in the first place? So the response to that is where we're continuing to meet with community members to build trust and to gain confidence in police performance from our communities. And that's through CSPB. That's through all the hard work that our senior lead officers do on a daily basis out in the field, having these smaller meetings and building these relationships in the communities. Our clergy councils, our CPABs, these are all things that are continually occurring and being enhanced as we try to build community and public trust. So I just want to put that in perspective as we look at how we're going to move forward on this implementation plan. And those are the comments that I wanted to make. I thought were important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief Choi. I guess I'm still not clear on a number of things, particularly with respect very specifically to the training recommendations that were made. And I understand you're still meeting with working groups and talking through the process, but my biggest concern is the recommendations that were made, where the department is at and the recommendations that were made, what's the best pathway forward. And I'm having trouble connecting the dots between the recommendations and where the department is and where the department needs to be. And Chief Choi, I realize that you're coming back next week with a more robust plan, but can you foreshadow that? Because it's a little hard to have a concrete idea on where the department is and where the department needs to be and how we get there from here.
So Yes, I can. So I think the first thing we're going to do is have this, if you call it a kickoff meeting with all the, so we have the 19 categories and the 66 projects. We have points of contact from each of the offices or bureaus, which are.
Focus on just training,
Oh.
training. The after action reports, you know, they touch on a lot of areas, but for today, just training, if you would, Chief.
I'm sorry, then could you clarify what your question is, how we're going to?
Sure, we just heard a presentation on training and where the department is at right now, but we also have before us the after action reports on training. And I'm just talking about training. I've heard where we're at. I see the recommendations, which many of which come back to training, as you know. I know you've read all of the reports. And it's to improve the training, create a new training cycle, have standalone classes for certain items, have executive training on this issue, command staff training on other issues, training on best practices on use of force. There are just so many components to the after action report. And I'm not clear, does this mean the training program has to be totally revitalized, or is there modifications that can be made, particularly modifications that, if I'm reading the latest or the chart that we had last week, there's almost $40 million in training proposals in a rough outline. Obviously, you know, there's probably, I'm guessing we don't have $40 million to spend on it, but how do we effectively get from where the department is to where the recommendations suggest we should be?
Thank you for that. That clarifies. So I believe we can use our existing training platforms and the various delivery methods and identify those recommendations that we can, quite frankly, some of which just need slight modifications or tweaks, and we can implement into our existing training platforms or training classes where we find significant efficiencies. Some of these trainings may take a little bit longer. For example, when we're going to train the entire department, we're going to have to find what the right number of officers and the pace that we can train, in which we can train to get everybody trained on a continuous cycle. So it's not a one and done, but it happens yearly or every 2 years. So I believe, although nothing's free, it is costly and officers will be removed from the field. We need to figure out a way as training to how to balance all of that while maintaining deployment adequately, and then still getting people through the training in a acceptable time frame, in a particular training that is going to be effective in change behavior and increase people's skills. Those things, in developing those programs, such as a precision course for 40 millimeter, those are all in the works. And once these groups get together to start discussing these plans and developing them, then we can implement them and have a more clear timeline on how long it takes. Again, the first plan was very rough, the implementations plan. It gives us a framework, but until we start discussing that and refining that, it's difficult to give you exact timelines, but that's the goal, is to use our existing platform, find efficiencies, and carry out these recommendations.
Commissioner Severoff, I saw you had a question earlier. Go ahead, sir.
It basically follows up, President Decker, on your question, which answered half of mine, but not the other half. I know that there are a lower number of recruits right now, so the demand for the amount of training that goes to the recruits is probably less, and you transfer some of those people into helping. But this is the big question: is how can you possibly implement the after action report as recommended, or even as efficiently recommended, without getting more staff? I mean, here we are, where we've gone down by 800 people in a period of months. You've gone down by 100 of those in training, and it's just, it's not possible. And so, how do you deal with that unless you're supported by the council and the community to get the people to implement and train these? I don't see it. With the staff you have, you can't do it. Well, and so you need more people. Yeah.
But what we owe you, and we owe the people and our elected leaders as well, is the articulation of what was a verbal presentation today is the overarching of 265,000 hours of staffing that we presently use. And the construct of that is it's 153 people who provide recruit basic training and then the in-service development of our people. Now, the 3 reports identify a need across the various recommendations. Clearly, the commonality is continued development, recurring, ongoing, persistent development in these subject matter areas. What we're trying to present today is that the in-service training of our personnel constitutes the development of our personnel, constitute a career path that some ascend through, take greater levels of responsibility, that have course-specific work for that development of those new responsibilities. And then others are department-wide responsibilities that have, depending on the area of which we're working in, what are the areas of focus? And to Commissioner Decker's point, post standards of 24 hours every 2 years, on average, you see that our officers, basic patrol officer, is not receiving more than 10, 15, 20, 25 hours a year out of 2,100 hours of work time. And the essence of that is because historically, it's been rob Peter to pay Paul. We've got to pull resources off of patrol resources in order to provide ongoing development and training, which is why the development of e-learning, roll call training, and other alternatives have been sought, is to gain efficiencies. Now, we have 3 major reports that talk about significant need for ongoing, persistent, recurring training that we need to blend into an in-service development of our people. We've got to map that out, and we then had to infuse that. Is not something that's done overnight. We need, and I've heard clearly from Commissioner Kalanchi and others, how our rank and file and people outside of the 10th floor, outside of even our training regimen, need to hear, how could we, here's a recommendation, how could we best implement that? And we present them with, here's the model of Watch Commander School, Field Training Officer School, Gang School. Okay, what can be infused there, just as we've done with procedural justice, community policing, and other initiatives, and what needs to be standalone, single purpose, and that's going to take us some time to map that out. What our commitment to you is. Last week was somebody comes in and says, I need, let's look at this. We know just by the recommendations alone that just on a broad scale basis, each officer is going to take at least 10 to 20 to 30 hours of training a year to meet those goals as it's presently defined. So that's already doubling the number of resource assignment for training with what our existing training is. So that's why you have this rough scale, and our people need to be provided time in order to look at this in a efficient way, an adult development learning way, and come back to you with certainly much more levels of detail about how we see this interacting with our existing work, how it modifies our existing suite of training, and what new standalone training will be done to support this throughout the entire organization. And my commitment and our commitment is from the most senior executive to most junior officer, is to take these 3 reports and infuse it within the best recruit basic training, I think, in America. But I'm not convinced that the way we are doing our in-service development, we need to better define that to see how we're going to infuse this together. And that's what the commitment to you moving forward is that infusion will come back with showing you how we touch certain existing and then what new levels, and then the strategy of how it's to be done. Again, last week's 67 million was, if you need a check and tomorrow we're going to do this all on overtime, this is what it would be. We recognize there's no pot of gold here. We recognize this organization must be more efficient with its resources, but in determining that, I'll close, that's going to take us some time, because we don't want to lose any of the training that we have in all these other courses, because they're all from lessons learned of the past. And so we focus on use of force on a singular event, de-escalation, dealing with tactical scenes that are seen in the streets, 9 out of 1 million calls for service. And we have minimized mobile field force training for crowd management and crowd control. Why? In the last 5 years, what number of instances have we seen in that? And so we're focusing on what we're seeing as the most emerging issues, typically involving persons experiencing mental illness, people in efforts of de-escalation. We now need to shift that, be more broad, and make sure that we are training in disciplines that we may not see every year. I respect some of the earlier callers' remarks that we shouldn't train for crowd control, crowd management as if it's a persistent, ever existing issue, because that's one of the challenges. Is because in the unique novelty of it, it creates a demand on us for our capability because people aren't seeing it every day. When we see things every single day, wash, rinse, repeat, the sets and reps is known in the industry, it helps us refine capabilities. And then lastly, this issue is also not a static workforce. We add 500 to 700 people every year into the organization, and we lose 500 to 700 people on the back end of the organization. So we're training and developing a maturing workforce that covers 2 to 3 generations of workforce. And we're being asked today, and it's a fair ask, and we're going to meet this moment, is how do we infuse all these recommendations into that structure and then use this as an opportunity to improve the development of our people in the in-service arena.
Chief, I have no doubt that you and Dr. Pinnell and Blake and Commander Mark have the ability to figure how to get this done. My concern is that you don't have the resources to get it done. When you're being hammered in a budget that right now is that you appeared before is really a very, very tight budget when it relates to these issues. But you know, the reality is that we're having to lose great numbers of people. And so my concern is all this I don't know how to say it other than just politically cool talk about defunding to any level really has to be looked at carefully with the ramifications of the realities of losing 800 officers and losing 100 officers out of the training department. That it really goes counter to what what everyone wants, and that is a safer city via community policing. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Other commissioners, Commissioner Briggs, I saw you raised or indicated you wanted to speak, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, let me just pick up on something that Commissioner Soboroff just said, and then I want to ask Commander Reyna a couple of questions on his comments. Commissioner Soboroff, I think, hit the nail on the head. The City Council was the first out of the chute requesting an after-action report and had Mr. Chaloff deliver that. We've now had 3 reports. All of them come to the conclusion that we need more training of our police officers on various issues. But we're losing personnel and we're not keeping up with it. To Steve's point, the fact that we're down 100 officers in the training division, when this is something that is demanded by the City Council's own report, the reports that we have seen is something that I think is going to harm our city and public safety going forward. That said, I hope all of us find the political will to do what's right to keep this city safe. Commander Reyna, I know that we are operating now with this limited budget that we have for training, and we have to be more efficient. You mentioned something about Las Vegas. I believe they train with a platoon system so that they don't have to take people out of cycle, because I know that that's one of the chief complaints that we have here. We have officers here on duty. We don't give them overtime to go train, but we take them out of cycle, and who do we replace them with? So how does Las Vegas accomplish that? And is that something that maybe we can import here to keep costs down with the training that's necessary?
Good question, sir. Well, first I want to say on the quick turnaround on this verbal presentation, we only had a limited opportunity to speak to Las Vegas training personnel regarding how they do that. And we didn't have the opportunity to go in depth to see exactly everything regarding the platoon system. But the platoon system for scheduling is groups of officers that are getting the same days, working in the same days off throughout the year, which overlap and offset from other groups of officers get the same days on and same days off. So therefore, there's certain days, if you could imagine, they're overlapping, and maybe that Wednesday and Thursday of the week, they have additional personnel because the two platoons are overlapping. This way they can take some of those personnel and put them in training while they're still deploying their minimums, let's say, in their patrol aspect. That's how the platoon system works in the scheduling. LAPD does not have a platoon scheduling system to do that. But it kind of in a nutshell, that's how they do that. They have large groups of individuals that have certain days, and when you overlap those groups, there's going to be certain days throughout the month where they have an abundance of officers, and that's when they can perform the training.
To get back to Commissioner Decker's point about training of the rank and file, I'm not talking about the senior officers of the command staff, the rank and file in particular, because if I heard you correctly, they have a minimum of 7 hours post in-person training that's required. So if that's the case, and then in addition to that, they have some LAPD requirements. If that is the case, do we work with the different bureaus or the different divisions to say, hey, we need to bring your men and women in for training, and how are we then helping them with the scheduling? Do we do it day and night, or is it just, here's a block of time, this 1 week period, your people need to come in, for training during this week, and that's all the time that you have. Can you walk me through that, please?
Oh, okay. So again, in a 2-year cycle, it's 24 hours of training, 14 hours in person. So let's just divide that in half and do a 1 year. So you're correct. So 12 hours of training, 7 of which have to be in person, minimum for the state standard, not talking about LAPD. Currently, the way that works is depending on when those courses are going to take place or what that training is, if it's going to be given by instructors at the academy, or it's going to be given, let's say, for example, here in Central Division by the training coordinator and that training coordinator staff, they're going to try to schedule that out ahead of time. Now, we are on the 28-day deployment period cycle with our days off. So prior to those days off being approved for whoever is working that shift that following month, we will put out those training orders to say, officer, you need to attend this training on this day at this time. And those training orders go to the officer. They go to the administrative staff that are completing the days off for those officers. And that is then worked through with the training coordinators or the training staff at training division to make sure that they're going to attend that class that we're going to present on that day and that week. And that's how their days off will be posted on their schedule. And then at the same time, the command of the Central Division, for example, is also working through to make sure that they're meeting their minimum standards of patrol plan to have enough officers to meet that minimum. So it's a combination of the scheduling that you have to do a month ahead of time, getting those training orders out to officers to make sure that they know that they have to attend training, to make sure it gets on the days off schedule, coordinating with the instructors, whether it's on the divisional level or the academy level of when those classes are going to take place and at what time they're going to take place, and making sure that they're there. It's a coordinated effort of everybody to make that happen. And it's month after month is the way that we schedule that. I hope that answers your question, sir.
It did. Thank you very much.
Is that it, Commissioner Briggs, sir? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Other commissioners, questions? Commissioner Palanche, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, Commander Reyna. So I think for me, I would love to get either a table or some sort of matrix with the different requirements, because you provided us a lot of information that I was trying to jot down, but it was a lot. So some of the things that I would love to see on like a table is like which are the post or state required or state mandated trainings, which ones are the city trainings, or city required trainings, which ones are consent decree or other orders that require us to provide certain training, which are LAPD training, which are promotional trainings, just to get a sense of the different requirements. Now, if you had time, or maybe down the road for each of those, if there was like key goals for each of those trainings. So like a key goal could be community, improving community relations or improving communication with community. If that was the goal of a training, then I, as a commissioner that don't know, I think you said 730 different classes or curriculum. I don't know the details, but I know that each of those curriculum or curricula would have a set goal, and then we would know which training we could add to, right, to meet the goal of the after action report. So I think some sort of way for us to differentiate the different types of training that is required of the department and each officer. And then at some point, as you're developing information for us, the different, say an example of a year of training, like what are the key trainings we're doing, and then what are the outcomes of the training, right? Because we're not just training just because we want to provide more instruction, but we're actually training to a goal, right? That we're improving, tactics, or that we're improving, communication, whatever the goal is. That way it's easier for us to look at the after action report and figure out like where you would blend in certain trainings. That would be super helpful. I know it's a lot of work to put this together, but maybe just to start with the different trainings that we're required or mandated to do.
Absolutely.
Is that doable?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do that. Again, we already know what the post-mandated classes are. I talked about the core classes, the minimum 20 that we normally do for LAPD. Right. That's easy to do. And Dr. Pinnell does an incredible job with writing the curriculum and tracking all that and putting out those objectives and those standards in each of that training. So yeah, we'd be happy to put that together.
It would be helpful for us to know. Yeah, that would be great. The other quick question, so I appreciate that. Thank you. And also, can you add the micro lessons also? Like, what is it that we focus on micro lessons on, right? Like that we don't do in like an 8-hour training, but that we focus on, what would be the types of training that we would use, the goal in the micro lessons too. I think that's really interesting to see like what we're doing as a virtual or video lesson and what we're doing in person. The last question I have is on your staffing, either the 243 or the 153 today. Are those all sworn officers or some of them civilians?
That number that I provided was sworn, coming from a Lieutenant 2 position down to a Police Officer 2 position.
So these are all assigned to Training Division and they work full time at Training Division?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's always been done that way?
As far as the assignment of this?
Having like sworn officers that are assigned to just train?
That's correct. There's always been Training Division, the sworn staff that's assigned to that for mainly for instruction. Obviously, you have sworn that are doing administrative purposes, jobs such as that. But from lieutenant on down, the bulk of that are instructors in the academy, and that is their full-time job.
Can you look at like the way you looked at the other departments across the country? Can you also look or provide some feedback on if there are departments that are not using like a complete set of sworn officers to do training? I'm just curious to see how other departments are doing it.
Sure, we can reach out again, like I mentioned before. The quick turnaround on this verbal presentation that didn't give us an opportunity to kind of to dig into it, but yes, we would like to reach out.
You don't have to do this like by next week or anything, but just something I'm curious about.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. Okay.
We do have a collection of civilian staff that work to do a lot of our administrative functions, but actually over with the SIP program last year, we've lost a number of those as well. So it is a challenge, and we're actually having to use officers to do some of that data collection, because we know that we have to demonstrate a return on that investment of training time. But we're, that part of really stretched thin to ensure that we can do both.
For some reason, Dr. Pinnell, I thought that you had a team that was also doing training, excuse me, that weren't officers, that weren't sworn. But maybe
we might have civilians complement our training efforts, just depending on what the topic is. But we don't have a full-time civilian training cadre.
Okay.
Commissioner, you may be thinking about the community members that were asking to participate in training and socializing officers to various topics, particularly procedural justice and the history of LAPD and its relationship with community.
No, I actually thought we had some full-time trainers. That was like the understanding I had.
So I do think I have a professional advisory committee, if that might be what we referenced several times, where I connect with experts who are out in educational, other academic professions, and I pull on their resources to help us as we go through, but they are not full-time and they are volunteers.
Okay.
Do we also have, and just to pick up on this, adjunct trainers who are sworn officers that have, full-time jobs, but then come in and do some select training?
Yeah, that is correct. We have, you could have an expert, let's say from robbery homicide division, that comes in and teaches a certain block of a training regarding that person's expertise because they're a subject matter expert. Yes, so we also draw from detective bureaus and from divisions to come back and assist in training in certain aspects.
Commissioner Calanche, did that conclude your questions?
Yes, thank you. I look forward to getting this information. It's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonner, questions? And thank you for being patient, sir.
No problem. I'm enjoying the conversation. I first a comment. I just say that my continuing concern with the conversation and with the discussion of this effort is one I noted before. It kind of assumes that it takes all of the recommendations from all of the reports, and what's been submitted to us or what's under discussion is based on an assumption that all of those would be implemented. And so one, just on that basis, I think it's somewhat troubling. And to the degree there's any effort to prioritize, as laid out in the cover memo that accompanied the briefings, if you look, those priorities 1, 2, and 3, they're really based on what it would take to implement the recommendations, and not based on the quality of any recommendation, whether one's more impactful than the other, whether they're needed or not. Again, it talks to the first 90 days are those things that are going to be most effective in improving tactical operations immediately. And then the second, and third categories are based on things that are going to be longer lead because they'll require policy changes, resources, things of that nature. But again, absent from that really is any conversation or evaluation about which ones may have more merit than the other. And so I have two questions in particular, and I'm just going to try to think of this as, in some organizations you hear of a dichotomy I don't particularly like very much, but it I think it applies, and that is, you have your hard skills and your soft skills. So in this case, hard skills would be those recommendations that are designed to improve tactical performance of the officers in responding to crowd control. The soft skills might go to, again, those things that arguably are more directed to the root causes of a lot of the protests, or it could go to those things that are designed to de-escalate, build trust, community policing, those kind of things. So if you look at hard skills and soft skills, one question just really is, if you were looking at the after action reviews from that standpoint, and the 106 recommendations, the 68 projects, does the department have any sense at this point as to which, where the weight of recommendations go? My impression is that, again, that the weight of recommendations really go, I know there's the one section in the chart that speaks to community relations has 4 or 5, I think, cells in it. But my impression is the weight of recommendations really go to the hard skills, the tactical performance. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's the first question is, does the department have some indication that you would comment today or could comment on really where's the balance of these recommendations lie?
Commissioner, this is Dominic. So the way that spreadsheet was put together was exactly how you described it. We looked at what was most impactful to the organization as far as enhancing tactics or changing behavior as it relates to crowd control, mobile field force, those types of things. And then we looked at our policies, the ability to train the entire department. And those were what we based our timelines on. All the recommendations are important, but did we give weight to whether the community portion of it is more?
I just want to point out that when you're saying all the recommendations are important, that may be true, but I just know that that's one of the questions that I'm putting on the table really is whether or not we think that all of these recommendations are equally important and therefore all deserve to be on the table for consideration. I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to use the word equally important. I think they all deserve some merit, and for us as the working groups to look at, review, and then as we meet from the project coordinator position and talk about these priorities amongst the teams that are asked to work on them, we can see where our priorities will start to bubble up, and we can start to put more weight on one project than another. I believe that's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take further discussion and more refinement of these recommendations. But to your point, I agree. They're not equal, but they all merit a review.
Thank you. The second question really is, this was a point that Dr. Pinnell made about what it takes to put everybody through department training. If I think I've heard you correctly, it takes about 1.5 years. If there's a determination that everyone needs to be trained in X, Y, or Z, and you're going to undertake to do that, it may take about 1.5 years to do that. Just on that point, again, let's take that, for example, there's whether it's 3, 4, 5, 20 or so of those recommendations that involve some sort of department-wide training. How would you propose to manage, training priorities? Again, because much of what is in there, often the case is based on what happened last summer, and maybe a handful of things that are designed to kind of stand the test of time that will help deal with things, conditions as they change. But how would you propose to manage the situation where you take this, whole scale report, you're going to start everybody through the training, and then you get into the first quarter and something massively changes priorities, or the second quarter or halfway through it, half the department has been trained in something that maybe has proved not to be as effective any longer. So how do we manage that? How would you propose to manage that process or that challenge?
Well, I'll start off to answer just the last part of your comment or your question. Well, if we identify training not to be effective, that's quite simple. We have to shift. We have to make sure, as we mentioned earlier, that we're accomplishing a goal or delivering an effective training. If we find out it's not effective, we have to stop and shift and make our training effective. However, Chief, I see you're trying to.
I want to draw a particular focus on that because Commissioner Bonner, we actually experienced that about 5 years ago, and that dealt with de-escalation training, and this was actually assisted by the Office of the Inspector General, who monitored some of the training. And we found, both as a department as well as the office, that we were not satisfied, and we actually held the training and redesigned it, went back to the drawing board. So this isn't like launching a ship from here towards Mars and then forget about it. This will be managed along each of the steps. And should a calamity or something unforetold happen 6 months from now, then obviously our responsibility, the safety of the city, is we've got to make adjustments and be wise. But the overarching issue here is the development of our people on these topics that have been identified. And how we actually do that is with existing structure, but also with, we think, a new level of training and development for the entire organization. And that's what this team, working with subject matter experts as well as working with what other agencies across the country have done to come up with the best model. I'll close by saying this issue happened for NYPD in 2014 in the aftermath of the Ferguson incident, in which then Commissioner Bratton brought to the city a $250 million training plan. He trained that entire agency of more than 35,000 men and women in a few short months. But New York City had $250 million in which to do that. In the city of Los Angeles, we did that in a one-day training session in 2015. The entire organization took about 1.5 years to do it, but it was a matter of what resources we had available. I'm proud of the work of both agencies, but they both had two different approaches to a very similar problem, which was sensitizing our people to the history of law enforcement in our communities and how, in the events of Ferguson and aftermath, it was viewed as to their response and strategies moving forward. I hope that helped to answer this.
I appreciate that. I would observe it's interesting the examples that that you gave. If you look at, because it's my understanding that New York and Los Angeles have been the cities with the largest number of protests in this past year. And
Portland, Seattle, the per capita, the protests of major cities, sir, across the country is about 7% have turned violent. 93% and more were peaceful and otherwise uneventful. And Los Angeles has mirrored that with on a per capita.
All right, I'm happy to send you the government analysis that I'm referring to, but it's not. I'm not speaking to which ones were violent. I'm speaking to the volume, just the number, what we know about the number of protests. And my point was really is when you're noting that New York spent $250 million in 2014. Part of my observation is that we're 7 years later, and there's still questions about whether the crowd control and the techniques and things are effective. And my assumption is they're probably going to spend more, or they may be preparing to spend more now because things change and circumstances change. So when I bring it back here and we're having this conversation about the limited resources and do we have the resources and what's being, to me, that at a minimum, it calls out for being as discerning as you possibly can to understand. Potentially our goal should be how to do the least number of these. I would argue, not to say that you're diminishing, but I'm saying that we should be trying to say, how do you have an efficient, focused, tailored approach that is targeted appropriately, that is likely to have the greatest impact. Right now, we're just starting with, hey, we have these 3 reports, all of these recommendations. Let's start pedaling as fast as we can to start implementing them. And that's just the point that I just continue to resist, is that what's missing is any meaningful discussion really about how do you pare that down to know that what you're doing is going to be the most effective and efficient, and including those that do at some level speak to the underlying or what you might think of as the root causes of unrest. I mean, if you look at that 7-year period that you mentioned, most of the unrest that we're talking about, we're not talking about the crowd control for women's rights or the Armenian issue or those things. We're talking about unrest and protests that have their origin in concerns about police use of force. Now, I'm not putting a judgment on that as excessive, as a brutality, whatever it is. I'm saying the nature of these protests relates to the police use of force. And so I just don't think that you can have this whole list of things and it's entirely divorced from those root causes and think that we're going to be successful. So those are my 2 questions for today, but more commentary than anything else, but it's the questions that I'll continue to ask, I think, when we come back next week as well.
And I'd ask the department to reflect on that. And also during the next week, meet with commissioners, see if you can address some of their concerns or questions as we continue to process all the after action reports. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. You made those comments, but did that conclude your remarks? I just want to be sure I haven't cut you off, sir.
Yeah, yes, it did. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Kalanche, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. To Commissioner Bonner's point, I'm wondering why we're not setting the priority, why we're not developing the criteria by which we want the department to focus the next steps, right, in the 3 reports. Because I would hate to have the department prioritize and then come back to us and we say that's not the way we want you to do it. So I'm wondering like what criteria is important to the commission, and give that criteria to the department, whether it's like, these are the top 3 things that we want you to use in selecting what recommendations are priority and which ones we can wait on. I feel that it's part of our responsibility as well to develop, you know, our criteria and what's important to us as a commission. So yeah, so I'm just throwing that out there as a question or a recommendation as to maybe how to move forward, and we can discuss that more next week. But I feel that we should have a say and direction for the department as to how we want them to prioritize some of these recommendations, because I'm sure City Council is going to have their own as well, right? So I don't know how we do that, President Decker, but I think that it's something that we should be considering.
That is the process we're following. I'll go into more detail in a second, but I see Commissioner Briggs has a comment or a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a comment, and it's just picking up on something that Commissioner Bonner just said. You know, I agree with the comments of Commissioner Lynch and Bonner that we should be setting the priorities. I think implicitly that has been done, and the priorities that have been set out in terms of, you know, what the department sees as those things that are first needed, that came out of the after action reports. But specifically to Commissioner Bonner's comment about the unrest in Los Angeles, New York, and elsewhere this past summer arose from police use of force. That was the issue. I'm not going to paint it any particular way, as Commissioner Bonner did, but that was the issue, the underlying issue, and also procedural justice. How, and I'm just going to say it, Black folks and brown folks feel that they've been treated by police forces across the country. So to that extent, use of force, procedural justice, to the extent that those have been identified in these after action reports, I think there's a sense from what you've heard today that those would be our priorities. And, you know, here in Los Angeles, the city, as well as the department, has faced some lawsuits. I'm not going to get into that now, but those lawsuits stem from the use of force at the, you know, the protest. So it would seem to me that would be a priority as well. And I know that it is. I know that it's within the tier 1 that has been set out in the rankings so far. But I think that, as Commissioner Bonner and now Commissioner Caliente have pointed out, I think collectively we should set those priorities. I think the priorities are centered, or should be centered, around what really was at the root cause of those protests, so that hopefully we can address it directly, because we hear it week after week after week when we get in here for public comment, and I think we can address that. That's all I wanted to say, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, commissioners, very much for that conversation, and to the members of the department for your presentation. What we have received last week was the department's first draft of how they planned to move forward, how they thought prioritization could happen. The emphasis was on could. Today we heard training, because so much of the report was on training. And I wanted to be sure all the commissioners had a chance to be thinking about that, hear from the department, as well as digest all the information. We've also been receiving written public comment in the last week, which I think Mr. Tiefenk, did that close today, or was it yesterday? I think maybe it was yesterday. Is that right? So we'll be getting
It closed yesterday, ma'am. You'll have a report next week on the agenda.
Very good. So we'll have all the written public comments so that the commissioners can take all of this in, right? And have a little time to digest both the 3 after action reports, which while there's significant overlap, they're very detailed. The department's plan forward. I encourage, as I said last week, all of you to speak to members of the department, particularly Chief Choi, Chief Moore, about your thoughts, comments, prioritization. Next week, we get it back before us. At least we will have a written document of a plan. We then have input on that plan, and you can continue to have input on that plan over the course of the next week. My understanding, Chief Choi, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm understanding you from last week, your plan forward is somewhat of, it's not a written in stone plan, it is the roadmap for tackling all of these issues and trying to put them into more digestible categories and specialties that you will then develop further on how to implement, how to prioritize, and with input and coming back to the commission. Do I have that generally right, Chief Choi? I want to be sure. I'm not.
Yes, Commissioner, that's accurate.
So this is our time for input, and particularly over the next week, I encourage you to share your thoughts with the department. However, next week we will come back. Chief Choi will present based upon some of the input he's received, as well as working with his teams to refine that plan, and we'll have it before us then. But I agree with all of you. The commission should be setting the priorities. This is just a mechanism to get us there. It may not be, by the way, may not be the perfect mechanism, I recognize. It is a mechanism, but our job will not even be done next week, from my perspective, that we all need to continue to conduct our oversight, and the department, we have to keep scheduling to come back to report so that our priorities next week, we may change them as we learn more over time, is my point. But Commissioner Bonner, I see your mic's open, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had another question or at least comment. I think another thing that that I would want to understand or at least include into the mix, if you will, is I don't recall if it was the week before or the week after we started the conversation on the 3 reports. We also had the, I think 200 or so pages of the compilations of various reforms and things that were, undertaken over the last 30 years. We didn't spend any time really talking about that because it was, I think, being delivered. It was really, we were the conduit, if you will, to get it to the city council. But my point here is that I would also want the department and therefore, this board to also to look at that 30 years that somebody went through a lot of effort to compile, what was probably hundreds of things that were done over 30 years to, again, also, those were tied, Christopher Commission, consent decrees, the common theme to some of those efforts also being the same set of concerns. So I'd want to understand, how that overlays as well. I mean, there may be things that we're going to find out that the department already did, were tried and were, so for some reason had, it was determined to have little impact. But there may be areas where, the department excelled and we'd want to know that as well. But there's just so many, of these pieces that are swirling around. And as I've just said before, I think we're at risk of the cycle that I referred to is major event happens, a lot of people kick into, spring into action, generate volumes of potential or recommendations. Then we start pedaling as fast as we can to implement those. And then we, potentially move on. So I'm just like some comment, whether it's, now or in the future, I'd like to understand how that part of it may fit into this discussion, as well.
Sure. First of all, I think that's up to each commissioner. If you want to ask questions on that next week when it comes back, I think that's perfectly appropriate. We all have that it's a reference document. That's the history. There may be portions of it that are, maybe there's a policy that's, wasn't referenced, but largely you can see what the recommendations were and what policies have been implemented. And questions can be put forward on the effectiveness, ineffectiveness of all of that. But we all have that as reference documents for questions. And with that, I think we'll thank the department.
Just a quick comment on that, because I appreciate that point. I appreciate the other suggestion to spend time with the department, which I have done and will be doing again Thursday afternoon. But one of the things that is important, at least to me, in trying to make a decision is, some mutual understanding. I certainly don't profess to have the right answers or the best answers or the best way of thinking. So I benefit from the input and the views and expertise of others, including the department representatives here, but other commissioners as well. And so when you think about the comments with Commissioner Kalanche and Briggs made about, setting priorities and things of that nature, that's also what I'm looking to benefit from is the benefits of some other thinking. And unfortunately, as you know, Madam Chair and the colleagues do, the structure is distinctly designed to limit our ability to dialogue and discuss these points with others. So that itself is just one of the other reasons that I find it important to have as much of this discussion on the record in these meetings as time will permit, simply because the law limits our ability to do it in any meaningful way outside of the context that we're in.
Of course, and I thank all commissioners today for their input, their comments, and I leave it to each individual commissioner to share their thoughts as they see fit. But we look forward to next week, absolutely. Thank you to the members of the department and to my fellow commissioners for all your comments and interesting questions. This is all part of the process that will be ongoing from my perspective, next week being one part of that process. But we'll continue, and the report back from the department on the after action reports is scheduled for next week as well. So thank you all very much for that. And with that, we'll continue on to our agenda. As this was just for presentation and discussion purposes, not for any particular vote. So Madam Secretary, Commander Reyna is to stay with us, but other than that, Dr. Pinnell and Chief Choi, thank you very much. Commander Reyna, we have before us item 3B on the agenda, which is relative to the BolaWrap program. If you could begin by providing the commission an overview of the pilot program to date and the reasons why you have requested that it not just be extended, but it's being modified, I think, significantly in terms of being focused on 2 divisions and some changes to the device itself. If you could give us some background, sir.
Yes, absolutely. So for those who may not be familiar with the BolaWrap device, I'd like to try to explain what that is. It's a handheld device similar to the size of, let's say, for example, a taser. What happens is when you operate that device, it propels a tether that's connected to an 8-foot Kevlar cord, and the device is designed to wrap around the lower legs, the lower extremities of an individual, and in a sense to remove that person's ability to fight or flee. So this device, for example, is used in situations when, let's say, you have someone who may be under the influence, who may be armed with a piece of wood or some type of metal pipe, and obviously unsafe for the officers to approach. We have our less lethal options, but this also is an option where the officers can deploy this BolaWrap. It does fire the Kevlar cord, which then quickly wraps around. The design is that it wraps around the lower extremities. The target area for that are the lower legs from knees to mid-calf. The secondary target area is the lower arms from the elbow to the wrist, which in a sense kind of constrains them, so they don't have the ability to fight, they don't have the ability to flee. The pilot program for this began in February 5th of 2020. There was a 180-day pilot program. During that first pilot program, there was 9 times that the BolaWrap was deployed. They decided in August of last year to extend that pilot program an additional time for 180 days, which then expired in February of this year. So total times that was deployed was 10 total times. Only 2 were found to be effective out of the 10. And in those situations, if I could just quickly read this, In March 3rd of 2020, Central Patrol officers responded to an ADW suspect armed with a knife. The officers deployed the BOLA wrap. The cord was successfully wrapped around both the suspect's legs, stopping his advancement. He was taken into custody. The other successful deployment of that was in November 16th of 2020. Again, in Central Patrol, officers responded to a radio call of an ADW suspect. The suspect was armed with a vehicle steering wheel lock device. So in a sense, a metal bar. The BOLA wrap was deployed, wrapped around the individual, and that was considered an effective deployment. As we looked at this, as to whether or not we wanted to go forward with this device or whether or not we wanted to end that pilot program, in working with the manufacturers, we weren't satisfied that in having these out, there was 200 of the devices that were put out throughout all the geographic divisions. So roughly, let's say 10 or so, 8 to 10 in each geographic divisions. And the fact that there was no way to really carry this device on the officer's belt. And as we all know, they have a lot of things that they're carrying on their belt, from all their equipment, plus a taser, plus radios, plus DICV microphones. There was really nowhere to carry it on the belt. We found that officers were leaving it in the trunk, which then limits their deployment opportunities for that. So we're getting feedback that we didn't think it was really effective. We didn't think that it was feasible for them to carry that on their belt. The battery had some issues. So in talking with the manufacturer, we voiced those concerns regarding possibly not extending that pilot program or implementing this as a tool for the department. And working with them, they decided that they could provide us with what they call a thigh rig holster that kind of wraps around similar to, sometimes you'll see officers in the field that have a taser that's wrapped around their, let's say, for example, their right thigh. So they can carry that with them as they're out in the field. So it's easily accessible. We asked for an integrated lighting system. So there's a light, so we can use that light to illuminate the individual so we can see better. And we asked for a better battery. They also have an improved model of that BOLA wrap. So asking for those modifications and them agreeing to make those modifications, we decided that we were going to ask for to extend the pilot program. And in addition, instead of having 200 of these spread out over 21 geographic patrol divisions, which limits the amount that they're out in the field, which may limit the amount that of the situations where this could be used, we decided to, in a sense, recall the 200 and identify 2 divisions that we felt when the department mission for Reverence for Life, for an opportunity to use a device, a less lethal option in a sense that we could use. So we're not escalating the situation to the use of deadly force, where we can use this device in a sense as part of our de-escalation tactics. We felt, based on the previous calls for service regarding individuals armed with weapons such as knives, armed with weapons such as sticks and pipes, under the influence at the same time, we identified that Hollywood and Central would probably be best suited for this opportunity to extend the pilot and use this device. And again, as a de-escalating type of tactic, so we don't have to resort to deadly force. We don't have to go hands-on where officers could get hurt or that subject could get hurt. So we recalled the 200 and decided if we extend that pilot program, that 100 devices would go to Central Division, 100 devices would go to Hollywood Division. And in addition, the vendor and our training coordinators would then retrain everybody in the use of this, discuss issues that they had in the past, show them the new holster that will be on the thigh. And with all that cumulative together, moving forward, we were asking to extend that pilot program to see if this is something that would be useful for the department in the future on a continual basis. So that's kind of how we got to asking for the extension of the pilot program, based on the new equipment and based on bringing more devices to just 2 divisions, so there's more opportunity for the use.
Thank you, Commander. Questions from commissioners? Any questions? Commissioner Bonner, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if there's 1 or 2 questions, but it's probably just one. I was noting in the report there was reference to the Fresno Police Department and also the Volusia County Sheriff's Department and some of their experience. My question is what do we know about the number of other agencies that may be undertaking some similar pilot program and what their experience is, and is it commonplace for the department also to, I assume that those departments are referenced here because the department tries to capture and to the best you can learn from the experience of other agencies. But if you could comment on that a little bit in terms of just what do we know about other agencies undertaking the pilot, and what their if this is the only anecdotal evidence that we have as these two agencies.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's not much public information out there, and not a lot of data that we can gather from the other agencies that may be using this. And there's not a lot of deployments from what we're told from the vendor itself in these other agencies as we may encounter here in Los Angeles. So the data and the deployment usage overall is very minimal. So there's probably something we can dig into a little bit more, but again, it's not anything that's standard across the country, because it is in a sense a new type of device that we could really wrap our arms around on that data to say whether it's working in other agencies or not.
I appreciate that. But so let's just go 10,000 feet up, and just broadly speaking, what is the practice within law enforcement and amongst this, LAPD, but also the practice in law enforcement in learning in this kind of situation, learning from other departments? Is there a tradition of sharing data and information, or is it viewed that it's just so different in every department that maybe that's not feasible? But just comment a little bit on the degree to which we should expect, as this pilot goes forward, to potentially be learning something from what others are experiencing.
Yeah, depending on that equipment, we do reach out to other agencies that may be using it. We do work with the vendors, depending on what that equipment is, to get that feedback regarding that. Again, this is the BolaWrap, relatively new, not out there a lot amongst the agencies, but compare that, for example, to the TASER, which we see in a lot of agencies having a lot of deployments of TASER, a lot of data coming back. But we do, as a department, looking at, for example, we have a uniform and equipment committee, uniform equipment officer in charge who works for me here in my staff, that when we're looking at new equipment, or let's say a vendor is approaching regarding new equipment, we'll do our due diligence to try to get as much information about that, reach out to other agencies, reach out to other organizations that may be using it, to get a good idea of what their feel is for it, whether it's useful or not, or their pros or cons when it comes to that use of that device.
So I appreciate that. I'm going to take one more slightly different variation, same theme. I think that, you hear sometimes there's roughly 18,000 law enforcement agencies around the country, most of which are small, much smaller than the LAPD. But whether it's through, say, the Department of Justice generally, or major chiefs or something, I'm trying to get a sense of what is how well, not just LAPD, but law enforcement generally shares information about, say, this kind of thing. So one image you get is that there's a lot of the technology providers that are just out marketing their services to individual departments, and whoever they can convince to try it, and so on, they kind of go that way. The other view would be that, yeah, there is some sort of repository or some other platform on which police departments can efficiently learn from one another, what works and what doesn't. Of course, everything's going to be a little bit different in every department, but some of the basic things, like the types of glitches that were reported here, I would think would be, common amongst departments. So just on that, just generally, let's put aside, the current experience with this right here, but on the issue of sharing, knowledge sharing and information sharing, is that something that the department actually that exists and is available, and does the department participate in it?
I would say yes, the department does participate in that. There's obviously national organizations such as, let's say, International Associated Chief of Police, major city police chiefs, different law enforcement organizations out there that do publish information, that do write reports regarding certain, let's say in this case, tactical equipment. For example, like I just said, here in LAPD, we develop those contacts with, let's say, for example, the Sheriff's Department or the California Highway Patrol to share that information. I don't know if there's necessarily a hub where all the information goes in regarding a certain piece of equipment, but there is that ongoing sharing. And we try to do our due diligence here to reach out to other agencies that may have a device and ask what their take on that. So But to answer your question, I don't think there's a standard across the nation to share that information, but I know that they're sharing that information, if that makes sense.
Appreciate that. And I guess the one request would just be that when you come back next to report on the outcome of this extension, that you continue that effort to try to, I appreciated the anecdotes here, and probably as more time goes forward, there may be more, whether it's from these two agencies or somewhere else. But I question whether in the time that we're working with, or whether you'll have a long enough runway to capture sufficiently meaningful data to really, I mean, there may be a number of extensions going forward, and maybe that's appropriate, I don't know. But just continue the effort to try to survey the field and see what else we can learn out there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead.
Isn't there an overall hesitancy among the officers to use this device because the perception is that it's ineffective?
I don't know if you would say it's as a hesitancy. I think they, from the feedback that we're getting and talking to officers, not having, like I mentioned, not having it on them personally, and not having the ability to carry it and, put it in the trunk. If you and I were out and now we're confronting an individual where we have to stay with that individual, we have to have our dialogue, it's not feasible for you to leave that situation to go back to the car and get it out of the trunk. So some frustrations that were voiced to us. There was some talk about, because there were other deployments, like I had said that only 2 of the 10 were effective, that it wasn't effective, and obviously that's going to get around through comments of officers and getting from division to division. And we looked at that, is that a training issue? Were they not deploying it correctly? Was it just not effective based on the device is not effective in itself? One situation, the individual's clothing was too baggy, so it didn't wrap properly around it. So then it kind of fell off and the individual stepped out of it. So the officers were obviously frustrated that it didn't work. So they could say, hey, that this device doesn't work. So that's what we're hoping as we move forward, is we alter the way we carry this, retrain officers on how this is going to work. They have an updated device, a newer model in a sense of that device. We're hoping that with that new training and that new deployment, that there won't be that hesitancy, and they're going to be willing to try that, because that was obviously the point of the pilot program, to move forward and see if this is going to work. And if there obviously is a hesitancy, it's not being deployed, it's not being used, and when it is, the percentages are high that it's not effective, then obviously we'll come back after that 180 days of the pilot period and reassess, and maybe this is the device for us.
The new model, is it more powerfully launched towards the suspect so that it actually wraps? I say this because anecdotally, we witnessed the use of the device on 3 occasions on just a dummy, and 2 of the 3 attempts were unsuccessful or considered ineffective. So I'm just trying to evaluate, not necessarily just from that observation, but whether or not going forward the manufacturer is going to be able to address issues like that sufficiently, so that officers themselves, when they deploy it, they have a high level of confidence that it will work, and that they'll be kept safe as well.
From what I told, it's not that it's more powerful in the charge that expels the cords. It's just the engineering of the device to make it more efficient and more streamlined is the way it was explained to me. So it's not necessarily more powerful, but maybe that's changed the way it's designed and the way it's going to propel out. And we're hoping when we see that it's going to have different results, more positive results.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commissioner questions? Commissioner, go ahead.
All right. I had a chance to, as with Commissioner Briggs, had a chance to see it deployed, and I feel that it could be a potentially good tool, a non-lethal tool, that is what we're, trying to provide to our officers out there, different tools to be able to apprehend suspects when they need to be apprehended in a non, super combative way, especially when they're resisting. but I feel like the tool needs more work. So I think having another pilot period, I think it's good as long as we don't have to pay for it. We're good because I understand that even the discharging of it could be pricey. But I am supportive. I think it could be a good tool. And I think having LAPD, one of the biggest departments, utilize it can be helpful to even improve it a little bit more. So I'm very supportive. Hopefully they can make it work better.
Well, thank you. And we're hoping to. Obviously, there's another tool for our officers in certain situations to use that. Again, we're talking about the reverence of life and not trying to escalate situations. And we're hoping it is. But then at the same time, as we're evaluating this, we don't want to just simply take it on because it's a tool. If it's not effective, and we've done this for, let's say, 3 periods of 180 days, and we're seeing that the percentages are just not good, then this tool may not be what we want in our toolbox of things that we can use.
Perfect. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further from the commissioners? All right, thank you. Commander Reyna, thank you very much for that presentation. I'll say I too am going to support this. I think we should be supporting avenues, particularly that are less lethal and give the officers more options. I will note we've been piloting this for a while. There does come a point in time where we have to call it as being ineffective. I look forward and am very hopeful to this pilot, hopefully being far more effective since the department has given the manufacturer specifics on what may help this situation. So I look forward to monitoring this as the pilot is going on. So good luck with it, Captain Reyna, and let's bring it to a board vote. The recommendation for board action is to review and approve the department's report for item 3A. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you, Commander Reyna.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, let's bring up item C then, Madam Secretary. I believe it's Captain Valenzuela who will be speaking to us regarding the request for approval on an agreement on services for Metropolitan Mounted Platoon. Captain, if you could open your microphone and your camera. And I see you're joined as well by a colleague. So Captain, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here.
There we go. Hello, Captain.
Hi there.
Captain, the Board of Commissioners has reviewed the item, so thank you for presenting it. If you could give us a very brief overview, and I would ask you to be very brief on that, but also my specific question relates to there only being one bidder responding to the RFP and whether the department feels it was fully advertised. I realize this is a very special area as well. And there might be very few entities that could fulfill all the requirements the department has, but I just want to be sure all was done to ensure a fair bidding process. So Captain, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Yeah, as the report outlines, the RFP was posted as required. The BAVN covered the posting on the Los Angeles Business Assistance Virtual Network. And then the pre-conference, pre-proposal conference was conducted as required. Yeah, and unfortunately, we got only one a bidder come in, and based on the evaluation committee, that bidder did meet the needs. It's my understanding that this is a very limited field. They're not a it's not like a McDonald's where there's a whole bunch of farriers that run around and are operating in the city and in the county. But I do believe that based on the information that I've received and the things that I've read, that we did everything we needed to do, and it was a fair and complete process.
Very well. Thank you, Captain. Other questions from commissioners, if any? I don't see anybody indicating they have questions. With that, I will call the matter for a vote. The recommended board action is to review and approve the department's report. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Commissioners, may I ask before we call people up for questions on items D or E, are there any questions from commissioners that we should bring those folks forward? Any questions?
I have a quick question on item E.
Okay, let me just ask on item E, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Item D, any questions on item D? Seeing no indicators, I'll just call the matter for board approval. The recommended board action is to approve the report and transmit to the mayor and city council for acceptance. This is on item D. I'll move that forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll call up item E. And I understand, Madam Secretary, it's Captain Shannon Paulson who will be presenting on item E. Captain, welcome. If you could open your microphone and your camera, if you're able. There we go. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Captain. A question from Commissioner Bonner. Go ahead, sir.
Although, good morning, Captain, or good afternoon. But you're from Wilshire?
Correct, sir.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure the question is directly for you. My question really is, these emergency tactical tourniquets, which appear to be, very important piece of equipment, and that's what you're getting. So question is, do other divisions already have this, and you're catching up, and this is how you're going to have it, have available or access to it? Or is there a risk that everybody's set and better prepared in Wilshire, but maybe other divisions don't have this this tool?
No, there was a general shipment that my understanding was dispersed department-wide. Obviously that was some time ago. So there is a recovery for additional, personnel as they move into the field, as they have left the academy, et cetera. There is also a couple concerning things that we encountered that caused us to want to put forth this request. And that was principally that those tourniquets that were received were part of a small medical package that did not facilitate the wearing of that item on the uniform or on the belt. So they were frequently maintained with the rest of our equipment bags in the trunks of cars or perhaps in the passenger compartment, so they weren't readily accessible. We had an occasion here in Wilshire Division where fortunately many of our officers did invest, put their personal funds forward to purchase belt mounted holders for these tactical tourniquets. Fortunately, one of those officers was present a few months ago when we had the occasion to encounter an individual who was suffering from mental illness, had injured himself, essentially dismembered himself between the wrist and the elbow in a suicide attempt. And they were able to immediately apply that tourniquet. And by all medical testimony from the paramedics at scene and the doctors who later treated him, that action effectively saved that individual's life. So it became very noted by us that having that immediately accessible inside the residence at the scene, perhaps in an apartment, not having to run back to a car and retrieve it was important. And so this grant request is to obtain a new surplus of tourniquets, which are a one-time use only. And if they're used as a training tool, they can't be deployed in the field by the expert testimony we've seen, but also includes in that purchase those belt mounts or equipment holders to have those immediately accessible.
So all of that makes perfect sense, and I think still the question that comes to mind, and I'm not sure that really you're in the best position to answer this. Maybe you are, but I'm really then speaking to what assurance do we have that everybody else that needs this, that whether it's the belt clip or the tourniquets, how are we? Do we need to go and look and see who else may have this need, or do you have any sense as to whether it's standard issue and everybody may be all set?
I don't believe the belt holders have been standard issue. No.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, the chief or if there's somebody else who might speak to just the broader issue, I'd appreciate that.
So the department strives to acquire the equipment, in this case, safety equipment, life-saving equipment, in a manner that has utility, but also and functionality, but also fits within our ability, our financial ability to acquire for an organization of 10,000. That then this is perishable, consumable products, and so I'm proud of the work of Wilshire and Captain Paulson as far as seeing an enhancement, if you will, of this tool, so that it's greater utility, it's greater likelihood that it'll be carried. That's the challenge the department has. Is there are many great tools out there. We don't just pick the lowest pricing item, but at the same time, pricing does influence the dilemma. We had, as an example, lastly, we just had an officer involved shooting in Hollywood where the officer's go kit, his tactical medical kit, was his own making. I would love to have every field officer to have that immediate trauma kit, if you will, to deal with a gunshot victim to render aid. But in practicality, we have shortages on a number of different fronts, and this area is included. So this is another example of Police Foundation with philanthropic donors that are that can, at a local level, have a desire to improve an officer's day, improve their life, the ease of their work, and at the same time, the practicality of the department to do this on a broad scale is hampered by a limited number of fiscal resources.
So I appreciate those the comments, Chief. But I assume that part of what you're saying at the end of the day is that yes, this would be something nice for everybody to have. You can't really say that they do or will, but there's that resource issue that you're alluding to. And I assume that's kind of an accurate summary of what you're saying. Is that and so I think that if that is. I don't know, I'm not in a position to say how, in terms of how meaningful, obviously someone who needs a tourniquet, it's very meaningful if you're in need of one, and it's very meaningful to have it. I'm just wanting to understand whether it's today or just have somebody, comment generally that if it is as meaningful as it appears and important, as it appears to be, and I believe it is. The question just should be, is there or should there be some effort, to fix this particular shortcoming across, as many officers as possible. So that's really as opposed to acknowledging that we're glad that they have it in Wilshire, and it's just a big open question as to how everybody else may fare if they need it.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to suggest it's either. The department each year pursues funding from the budgetary sources for these type of safety equipment and other items that the department is declined. Our efforts are declined. I'll go back and look at this particular area again, as you've suggested. But let me assure you that we provide the most basic stock, and yet enhancements can be made. It's the department's ability to acquire those enhancements versus the finite resources are available. But I'll go back and look at our last couple of budget requests. I believe that this has and will be one of the matters that we see unmet requests from time to time, as far as the limits of the city to support all the needs of the department. And lastly, officers also can purchase these items on their own. And I congratulate that this is an opportunity where, rather than asking officers to reach in their own pocket, though many do, that there's a philanthropic community support to provide that for them, and I'm grateful for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Captain, for your presentation and highlighting the efforts, particularly of the officers of Wilshire Division. We greatly appreciate that. With that, members of the commission, I'll move the matter forward to approve the department's report and accept the donation. Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Captain, again. Madam Secretary, we'll move to closed session now. If you could take us out, please.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1 and 4A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. If you're joining us, we've returned from closed session. We need a few minutes for everyone to log back in.
There we go.
A few more minutes for everyone to log back in. So if we could, think, are you ready, sir, or do you need a moment?
I'm ready, Commissioner.
Very good. If you could do a readout of the closed session then, thank you.
Commission finishes work in closed session. Item 4A1 OIS 023-20. The commission unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations on a 4-0 vote. Commissioner Kalanchi was not in closed session. Tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s. Tactical debrief, 2 police officer 2s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 4 police officer 2s. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 3 police officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. As it relates to officer involved shooting 024-20. Tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 detective 3, 2 detective 2s, 2 police officer 2s. Tactical debrief, 1 police officer 3, 1 police officer 2. That was adopted on a 4-0 vote. Drawing and exhibiting, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 detective 2. In policy, 1 detective 3, 1 detective 2, 1 police officer 3, 2 police officer 2s. That was adopted on a 4-0 vote.
Mr. Tifang, the out of policies were a 3-1?
That's correct. I apologize. You're correct. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, so just for clarity, the in policies were 4-0. The out of policy for 1 detective, 1 officer was administrative disapproval out of policy on a 3-1 vote.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The non-lethal use of force, these were adopted on a 4-0 vote. Administrative disapproval, 1D3, a strike and a kick. 1D2, strike and a kick. Police officer 3, strike and a kick. In policy, 1 detective 2, firm grip and body weight. 1 police officer 2, physical force, firm grip, body weight. 1 police officer 3, physical force, firm grip, and body weight. And those were on a 4-0 vote. Lethal use of force, chief's recommendations were adopted. Administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, and that was on a 3-1 vote.
No, Mr. Tifang, I'm sorry. The 3-1 vote was with respect to the detective, I believe the detective 3 and the detective.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
So just for clarity, the chief's recommendations on a 3-1 vote were adopted for the detective 3 and the detective 2. Is that correct? Do I have their rank correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Right. Then the chief's recommendations on a 4-0 vote for the remaining officers.
That's correct. On the remaining officers were police officer 3, out of policy, and that was for 6 rounds. A police officer 2, detective 2, and in policy for a police officer 3, 12 rounds, and those were all unanimous 4-0.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tifang.
I apologize for the errors.
No worries. It was a complicated case with a lot of decisions to be made. So thank you, Mr. Tiefenk, much appreciated on that. Thank you, my fellow commissioners. The only matter left is to move to adjourn, which I will move. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please state aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned until our next scheduled board meeting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.